The Empire State always shows up big on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And this week, legendary Lake Champlain has lived up to the hype. With only 6 days left in the season, we've got a Blue Trophy, Angler of the Year, and Rookie of the Year all up for grabs, plus all the big fish you can handle. This is Bassmaster Live.
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning. Welcome to Bassmaster Live and our live coverage of Day 3 of the competition, next to last event of the season, the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at legendary Lake Champlain. What a place of beauty. What a revered spot in the world of bass fishing, on everyone's bucket list. A beautiful spot, and 50 anglers teed up out on the water right now and ready to go. We've got a great day of action today with those 50 shooting for 10 spots in the final. Welcome to Plattsburgh, and welcome to Bassmaster Live coverage. We got 3 hours of it coming your way right here on FS1. Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore and Mike Suchan, and of course, Mark Zona. And Mark Zona, boy, this one, if you saw the 2021 version of this tournament, Lake Champlain, and you think this is just going to be the second chapter of the same book, you'd be wrong. This is a whole new volume here.
Absolutely right, Tommy. And really, historically throughout the last, really 4 to 5 decades, if you talk about Bassmaster, has always been about teaching us how to catch more fish. And this is one of those eye-opening events where we thought we knew how smallmouth acted. Whether you love the technology that is strapped to these guys' boats or you don't, the one thing that we do know for sure, we have learned this week that there are a whole bunch of big smallmouth that just swim around suspended all summer long and eat and eat and eat. And yesterday was a complete display of that.
And I know you're pointing toward even perhaps more of that today with the conditions. And we come back in the studio here, and Ronnie Moore, I want to talk about how close all these anglers are. Tight. Everyone's got these good opportunities to catch big, but can anyone make a giant move? Can anyone come from way back and bust their way into that top 10?
I think we saw yesterday that's the recipe to do so is that 5 to 5 1/4 pounder. I don't know how much bigger a smallmouth we'll see come across. Back in the last couple events here at Lake Champlain, anytime we saw a 5 1/2 to 6 1/2 pounder, it was a largemouth. With a lot of guys fishing for smallmouth, maybe a 5 1/4 to 5 1/2 is the biggest that we will see this week. But we saw Alex Redwine do that yesterday. We saw Jay Shakir do it on day 1. If you catch a 5 1/4, you can really separate your bag. We saw Fujita yesterday had nothing but 4 1/2 to 5 pounders. He had the biggest bag of the tournament. And that's the only recipe. Have everything be 4 1/2 or bigger, and then get that one that's for sure over 5 pounds, and you'll be able to make that jump.
Okay, Such, explosive day laying in front of us here today. What are you looking at? All the changes that are going on.
Well, AOY first. Brandon Cobb came in with a 1-point lead over Kyle Welcher. They both kind of had subpar days, and yesterday both of them climbed back up, and they kind of made it a 2-man race. Other guys can catch them. They could lose some points today. They could gain some points today. We'll see. And then the classic cut, 41st place and above gets an automatic berth to next year's Bassmaster Classic, and there were some guys who saved their lives yesterday. Steve Kennedy, Mike Iaconelli among them. They were outside, and then yesterday they pulled back up.
All right. Well, we've been waiting all season for this trip to incredible Lake Champlain. Mark Zona, you've spent many an hour on this spot. Take us through it.
Well, definitely one of the best fisheries in the country for both largemouth and smallmouth. Looking at your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, 125 miles long, starting down at Crown Point right there at Ticonderoga. Not a big player this time around that we have seen in years past as you go up towards Burlington, Vermont on your right-hand side, and then our takeoff on the left side, Plattsburgh, New York. And if you look over to the right, that series of islands known as the Inland Sea, that has been the biggest player throughout this tournament. In fact, 9 out of your top 10 leaders fishing in the Inland Sea. Just seems like there's a better than average size smallmouth in there this time around. That is your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake.
Well, we have seen plenty of fireworks so far in the first 2 days of competition here. Of course, day number 2 was postponed to yesterday, but on that day number 2, Kyoya Fujita, who had 21 pounds on day 1, said, no, that's not near enough. He went in and upped the ante big time.
Yeah, just an unacceptable 21-pound bag on Thursday. That is not going to work out. Pounded him yesterday, 23 pounds and 14 ounces. And here's the deal. This area that Koya Fujita is fishing, really from 25 all the way out to 50 feet of water. A lot of these fish are suspended about, call it 15 feet down. He just flat outfished all of his competition around him. And really, Tommy, he did the bulk of that in the first 90 minutes yesterday.
It was a spectacle, something to watch out there. And not only Koya Fujita, but the rest of our top 10 absolutely put on a show, something we have not seen anything exactly like in the years before. The future is not on the way. The future is here in the sport of bass fishing. Rookies doing great, and veterans as well. Greg DePalma, the New Jersey native, doing very well after day number 2. There he is. Jacob Fouts needing to rescue his season here and doing a good job there.
Exactly right. Looking at Matty Robertson, the only angler fishing on the New York side, not in the Inland Sea, in your top 10. Very consistent, but really looking at the rest of the anglers, guys like Patrick Walters, it seems like that 22 to 24 pound caliber, really all of your top 7. Looking at guys like Jay Shakur, looking for his second Bassmaster Elite Series victory this time around. I don't even know what I'm saying, Tommy. I'm so excited this morning.
Cody Huff, the second year man, really coming into his own during the course of this week. And yet another rookie there. There's Bryant Smith of California, running along with Fujita to be the 4th rookie winner in our season. It is just phenomenal. It's a year like we have never seen before. Alex Redwine there, off to a great start, and there he is. Fujita yesterday with, as you said, Mark Zona, 23 pounds and 14 ounces.
Yeah, and really watching what he's done this tournament, the rest of the guys in the field just kind of need Fujita to slip up a little bit either today or Championship Monday, which we don't get to say very often here on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Looking at the top 5, Tommy Sanders, they are all rookies or sophomores on the Bassmaster Elite Series. It is a young man takeover this week at Lake Champlain so far.
Yeah, this week and pretty much this season as well, we have seen unprecedented rookie excellence here over the past 5 years. It's been building toward that. Again, we've got 50 of them going out today. Again, some scenes from earlier. Plattsburgh City dock there. Plattsburgh, our fantastic host city on Lake Champlain, situated between New York and Vermont.
Exactly, and really you could not ask for better conditions today. Very high skies, winds coming out of the south-southwest, and really what that'll do, we heard a lot of anglers talk about how it should definitely get the smallmouth biting, but it'll make those pods of alewife, the main forage for these summertime smallmouth, actually elevate in the water column, get near the surface. Should see a lot of that today.
Again, we will be not finishing this tournament until tomorrow. It will be Championship Monday, but today is so crucial. If you can get yourself into that top 10 today, well, you have made a major success toward the end of the season here when it really counts for so many anglers. Let's get out to our leader, the rookie Koya Fujita.
Three and a half. Three and a half.
Perfect start for our leader to start the day, Fujita. Such calm, fish pretty much mistake-free as well yesterday. He credited that as being a big component of his success. And keep your eyes on this rookie as well, Bryant Smith.
Exactly right. Not a lot of history on Lake Champlain, but you can tell he is pretty wicked with those electronics, having to relocate these schools every day from 30 all the way out to about 60 feet of water. Yesterday, we saw big moves from Bryant Smith late in the day.
Come here, scoop. There it is, right there. That's how you want to start. That is how you want to start. Look at that thing, dude. That's a good one. That is a good one. Oh, that's awesome. Dude, that is just how you write it up right there. See him out there on that active target. Baby Z2, Demiki. 4-pounder. 4-pounder. That's what I'm talking about.
4-pounder, that's the gold standard here.
One down. It right there. That is it right there.
Two rookies off to a great start here on day
perfect.
number 3. Let's take it to a second-year man who had a great opening season. His rookie year as well last year. Kind of struggled a bit this year. Had to get things going at the end of the season, and that's exactly what he's in the middle of doing right now, and he is hooked up. Jacob Fouts.
Exactly. Looking at Jacob Fouts, a lot of fish caught on a drop shot this week, but predominantly the main weapon has been, you heard Bryant Smith talk about a Demiki-style bait, basically an old-school walleye rig. It's a jig head minnow. We're going to see a lot of that today. I know Ronnie's got shots and pictures of baits of a lot of our leaders. I don't think we're going to see Koya Fujita's bait, but I think some of the rest in our top 10 will definitely show at the screen of knowledge.
It's a big one. I got him hooked weird. Got him in the chin. That's a big one. Look how fat that sucker is. See it? That's the size. You want 5 that size right there. You catch 5 that size, you'll be in good shape. Dang, stop.
Jacob Fouts lives in Tennessee, but strong northern beginnings to his fishing career. A lot of experience in this sort of situation. Back over to Bryant Smith, hooked up again.
And really, a lot of these anglers talked about seeing schools throughout practice and the first day of the tournament that were they thought were 50 to 100 smallmouth, but a lot of the bigger ones were either loners, rogues swimming around looking for bait, or little wolf packs, 2 to 3 fish.
Come here. Nope, not done yet. Of course not. Why wouldn't you just give up? You're way too easy. Come here. Oh no. Oh, let's go. All right, it should be. Well, that's a good one. I don't know how big it is, but that's a good one. Might be over 4. It's the kind we want. It's the kind that's going to get us fishing tomorrow. They really just, they don't like making it easy.
what it's all about. Brian Smith just told us, be fishing tomorrow. Make it to the top 10 and have a chance on Championship Monday. It was Brian Smith certainly threatening to win the whole thing here, along with the other rookie, Kyoya Fujita. But Jay Shakura, our Rookie of the Year last year, the man on top right now. We will for sure be checking in on him and all the rest of our top 10 when we come back momentarily.
Live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Good Sunday morning and welcome to you, our live coverage as we barrel over the next 10 days to the end of the 2023 season for the Bassmaster Elite Series. There's a big one going on right now at our second to last tournament on massive Lake Champlain, and this season in so many ways is measured by consistency, and one of the most vaunted awards you can win is Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year. Coming into this tournament, Brandon Cobb and Kyle Welcher, those two. Cobb had a 1-point edge over Welcher. He expanded that over the first 2 days. Kyle Welcher, though, during the course of day 2, fought his way back up a little bit closer again, so it's back on again, Ronnie Moore.
Well, and you think about it, I think 3rd, 4th, and 5th were all 40 points behind. It may be different people, but we're still in that situation. The top 5 surrounded or separated by about 45 to 47 points, with Walters and Shakura doing work in the top 10 this week.
So many of those in that top 10 list are overlapping with the top 10 we'll have cameras in the boat with all day today, so that makes it that much more interesting. You saw 4th there on our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year list, and that's Jay Shakura, last year's Rookie of the Year, winner of the last tournament, where we'll be again this year for our last tournament at the St. Lawrence. But right now trying to do big things on Champlain.
Yeah, and Jay Shakura definitely holding his own all around the country the last 2 years, but this one right here definitely in his wheelhouse. And pretty much in years past, fishing in the inland sea and really the north end of Lake Champlain, you would always hear certain depths, you know, where these smallmouth would relate to the bottom, rock contours and 25 to 35 feet of water. That is not the case in this tournament. Really, the sole focus is finding those pods of alewife that these smallmouth are chasing, really in about 28 to 55 feet of water. The bottom contour is pretty much meaningless in this event.
Belly on her.
Z, our conservation director, Gene Gilliland, said that from 0 to 45 feet of water this week, Tommy and Z, that it's all the same temperature. There's a buoy in Champlain that measures water temperature down, and from 0 to 45 feet, it is all 70 degrees. Once you get below that to around 50, 55, it starts to drop off significantly, but it's not like these deep water smallmouth are coming up into crazy warmer temperatures. It's pretty the same throughout with how the summer's been and how the high water's been as well.
Very wet July here. Big rains, even after that in early August.
Yeah, I was actually in upstate New York when a lot of that rain hit, and I mean, monumental rains, Tommy, where this lake, this is a big lake, it's 125 miles long, that has risen 3 feet this summer.
Three plum. Ooh.
Fujita just going about his business, very efficient, very calm. He's a machine. There is no doubt about it. And that right there, you looked at that screen yesterday, Mark Zona, and you said that is the story of this entire tournament.
Absolutely. And take a look at Jake Latondras, cameraman, and Cody Huff's boat yesterday. Got some great images of a lot of these rogue smallmouth. And we got to see one late in the day where there was a school that came through that looked like about 50 smallmouth in front of Cody Huff's boat. We talked about on FS1 yesterday. Cody Huff said, there is no way I will go along the bank and throw at a boat dock or a laydown.
In the nose. That's what I'm talking
when he
about.
can catch 40 to 60 of those a day so far in this tournament.
Not a bad one. Number 2. Went to a little bit lighter head there. I mean, he wasn't very far underneath the boat. I don't know if maybe it floats a little different and they kind of like that or not. See what the next one thinks about it.
Cody Huff using a lot bigger bait in this tournament, a 5-inch shad style bait on a jig head. From there, we're going to head back south a couple miles with Justin Atkins fishing an underspin, one of the only anglers using an underspin in this tournament. Got a picture of that we'll definitely show.
But you're still pretty nice.
Great tournament for Justin. 22-6, followed by 21-6.
He's a lot bigger than I thought he was. 4-pounder.
3.9?
4-pounder.
What? Oh, cow, look at him. Oh, there he is. He's hiding in the shadows.
It's pretty staggering to have 125 miles of water, Tommy, and really the last 2 days. Almost every single bass that we have had on camera here on FS1 has come out of a 4-mile stretch out of 125 miles.
We've seen that trend before, but I don't think as extreme as this. Not this extreme.
Covered one of the favorites on day 1 of this tournament, Brian Schmidt, and he said, boy, if I could just creep around that 20-pound average, that'll put me in position to win this tournament. That would not even have put a camera in your boat today.
No, wouldn't do it. Actually, on track to finish, at 90 pounds, just about unthinkable.
Wow.
Before this tournament started here. Kyoya Fujita, the man in that position, and he's the man at the top position right now, just like yesterday, getting to work very, very quickly, getting a lot of work done as he heads toward the 20-pound mark early on this day. Jay Shakurit moved up there into the second spot right there, and Jacob Fouts making a big move starting yesterday in this tournament. Justin Atkins, whom we just saw. We got plenty more on the way from Champlain.
Hey there, anglers. Bassmasters, I'm Fox Weather's Kiana Lewis with the forecast for the second day of the Bassmasters Elite. Sunny skies over Lake St. Champlain and Plattsburgh, New York for today. We also have warmer temperatures too. Temperatures up into the low 80s, hitting 83 by the mid-afternoon. Expect a light breeze below 10 miles per hour, and lake water temperatures will remain in the 70s. Good luck today, and remember that you can download the Fox Weather app and stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
Thank you so much, Kiana Lewis, for that update on the really overall improving weather conditions throughout the course of this tournament so far. Of course, the Fox Weather folks got their hands full with big rains about to hit the desert in Southern California. Out there, big rains, that much water is dangerous, so we're thinking about all those folks out there. Take a look at our Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch. Our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster of the Year Rookie Watch shows Joey Cifuentes, two-time winner already in this season. On top of that, but just barely, it's going to come down to the wire, it looks like, between him and Yuya Fujita. Bryant Smith, though, in action today. We have seen him performing today as well. He's a part of it, too.
Very staggering to think about. Joey Cifuentes fishing his rookie year on the Elite Series, winning 2 events and still fighting to win the Rookie of the Year title.
It's a testament to how strong these rookies are. You know, of course, being the age they are, they grew up native to this technology that is kind of taken over here. So they've got a leg up. You got to say, you pointed it out, Ronnie. It's a young guy's game, at least here this week.
Yeah, and there was anglers that wanted to not stare at their depth finders in this tournament, and it's pretty fair to say they are driving to the St. Lawrence River watching Bassmaster live right now. This has been a sonar beatdown since day one.
Yes, good size. Yes. Yeah.
Oof.
Whoa.
Really?
Four 412.
Wow. It's our fitting
Yeah,
boats.
those
Big
are the
bass of the
kind.
day so far, 412.
In that area in between those 2 islands right there, we'll be able to really break it down later today. Looking at about 25 to 50 feet of water. Very close, though, to the main basin in the inland sea, out in 100 feet of water that a lot of these smallmouth just reload every single day. Going to get over to Matt Robertson from Kentucky. The only angler coming in today fishing in the top 10 on the New York side, but again, very deep, 50 feet of water, but a lot of his fish only 15 to 20 feet down.
No.
Bug, I see what's big on the live scope. Don't jump. Big head shake. No, don't be doing that. That's a dandy. Now we're cooking with butter. Now we are cooking with butter. Where's that little fella? I think we got a better bag than what you think we got. You know what? I mean, that's the little one. That's 2 pounds. I'm serious. I think we got a bag already. That's 100% the little one. Well, I hope it was a little one. It don't matter now, does it? No. Oh yeah, baby.
Matt Robertson having a great season here. Really got it jump started at the Classic and made every cut. after that up until our last one at St. Clair. He's made another classic. He is a classic.
Let's just call it
qualifying
3.5,
machine.
but I really think all those but maybe one are over 30.
Tommy, I was trying to wonder what the last term we had where pretty much all of your leaders were doing the exact same thing, and then I thought, oh wait, it was 2 weeks ago on Lake St. Clair.
That's right.
I don't think this one's but 3.5 pounds.
And just
probably.
like that event, we had 9 guys in the same area generally, and one by themselves, regionally doing something different.
I had some yesterday I thought were 3.5 that ended up being 4.25. That's a big one. That's just like a 3.5. Still a nice one. It's 3.5. I'll take him. So I get these fin clips on here, and I got this big weight up here on my tag too. It helps keeps them upright. So even the little bit of air that is in them, it doesn't keeps them upright. They don't gotta worry about them. Gotta worry about them dying or fizzing them.
Good Fouts. Good bit of confidence this week for sure. But Kiyoya Fujita, for now at least, putting a pretty good beating on the field so far.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders, BMC on point. Going to be, again, Koya Fujita fishing in the inland sea from 25 to 50 feet of water. And definitely has 2 of the right ones in his live well, one about 4.5 and another one just under 5 pounds. And it was very interesting listening to Jacob Bouts right there. Generally, when you see a lot of deep water smallmouth, you have to fizz them, take their air bladder down to make them upright in the live well. Not the case with a lot of these smallmouth this time around. They're using the entire water column from 50 feet all the way up to just under the surface. And you're seeing exactly that with Koya Fujita in this tournament. BMC on point, semifinal Sunday. Koya Fujita getting it done with a lot of room to grow.
Well, the only angler so far that's even close to keeping pace with Fujita is this man right here, Jay Shakurit.
Jay Shakurit
Great
fishing.
season in progress for him. And a good tournament here. Good start for today. It's just Fujita's been on fire.
And really looking at Jay Shakurit's day, a lot of these anglers starting to spread out a little more. This is earlier today with Jay Shakurit, and kind of what I was talking about, Tommy, is a lot of these anglers told us after the weigh-in yesterday that they're watching these fish on their forward-facing sonar go up and down in the water column so fast that their body, their air bladder, is actually acclimated to going up and down very quickly, to where a lot of your bottom dwelling smallmouth, like we'll see next week on the St. Lawrence River, you have to take a little bit more care of because you're bringing them out of those depths so fast. Not the case here on Champlain.
Oh, yeah.
Jay Shakurit getting all of his work done today with a baby Z2 and already with a good limit in the live well, just under 17 pounds.
Get out live to the man from Wisconsin now.
Tommy, we've seen rookies have really great seasons in the Angler of the Year race, but rarely do we see a rookie get a top 10 in points and then back it up their sophomore year and avoid that sophomore slump and also be in contention like he is this year, sitting in the top 5 going into, you know, the final few days of the season.
Experienced and skilled beyond his years, that is for sure. And for right now, we're going to turn to him for our Bass Pro Shops top lures.
All right, my name is Jay Shakura. This week we're at Lake Champlain catching big old smallmouth bass. Number one bait for me this week is what people call a Demiki rig or moping. Specifically, the bait that I'm using is a Baby Z2 by Strike King. This color is called Blue Glimmer. It's one of my favorites. It's a little bit translucent, gives off a nice shine, especially in the Champlain water this week. 3/8 ounce head is what I'm using on it. You know, any kind of jig head. This one in particular is a Smeltonator jig head. This setup right here is what I'm using this week on Lake Champlain to get those stubborn smallmouth to bite. And it seems to be working so far, so hopefully day number 3, we keep the trend going and catch another 20 plus of smallies.
Deion Sanders' Coach Prime is coming to the biggest season opener college football has seen in years. As his Colorado Buffaloes face 17th ranked TCU. Big noon Saturday on Fox starts September 2nd. That time of year.
Well, absolutely.
Loving that.
Watch preseason games last night till about 1 a.m. Going to get back on the water right now. Tommy, I'm going to throw you a fun fact here. We're just looking at some of your leaders right there in the inland sea. We've got 50 anglers on the water today. Get ready for this, Tommy. 43 of them are fishing in the inland sea this time around.
Oh my gosh. Well, you rob banks because that's where the money is, and that's
there it is.
Yep, it's right there. Justin Atkins.
All the cool kids in the inland sea. Justin Atkins with a big afternoon yesterday, doing something a little bit different, fishing an underspin with a Berkeley flatworm. Got a picture of that one too.
Big. Like big one.
Justin Atkins fishing a lot closer to the grass lines around the same island that Koya Fujita's fishing. Justin Atkins on the west side of the island pretty much the entire event.
Okay here?
Yeah, you're good. Oh, I can see a lot of bait hanging out. Just come here. Just want to take you to Plattsburgh. Come here. He ain't a 5 like I thought he was, but he's a freaking good one.
Atkins really needed this finish. He had fallen outside the spot to requalify for the elites, and this has really jumped him inside our top 50, 52 anglers.
Also on a mission to qualify for the Classic, making some steps. Qualifying for the top 10 tomorrow would be a big step in that direction. Plus what's happening next week. GDP, Gregory DePalma.
Palma, one of those anglers, kind of off to himself in the inland sea, fishing north of Koya Fujita. You can kind of tell at the weigh-in yesterday with Dave Mercer, this is one of those strange tournaments where it basically took 18 pounds a day to be fishing. I mean, on the Elite Series, you catch 17 to 17 and a half pounds each day. You are fishing on day 3. That was not the case this time around on Lake Champlain.
The best elite weight we've had here in 5 events is at 83 pounds and change. We're really on pace to bust that by a lot.
Sure are.
My man does not want to come up. Come here, big dog. This fish is strong. This boy's a fighter, huh? Jeez Louise. You do it. I'm getting tired now. I see it in your face. Okay, fish, you won the award of the strongest fish out here. I give up. Plus, I got St. Lawrence bass, all muscle. I don't think it's even a, I mean, it's a good one, but it ain't a giant, I don't think. It might be, though. Come here. It's a good one. Boink! That might be a 4-pounder. Yeah. Let's see. He is a little skinny though. Nah. Close. In the 80s, 380 something. Come on.
To Matt Robertson.
Or maybe I was wrong. Let's just hope I'm wrong. I hate landing fish on this side of the boat. Like, you're fixing to see a cluster. He looks long. He looks long as crap. What'd I tell you? Cluster. Gotta have that right hand, baby. Gotta have that right hand. All right, now we gotta weigh these dumb things. What'd I do with my scale? Now we're fixing to see what we got. He's a chump. 365. So.
Robertson with his limit in the first about an hour and 15 minutes culling now.
And if you kind of watch what Koya Fujita's been doing in this tournament, obviously a lot of suspended fish. It's not like, granted, there's been, you know, a dozen boats in that general area. It's not like if you have that technology that you're fishing today, that it was an automatic, Tommy. There was several anglers in that area. There was one in particular, Micah Frazier, that did not even catch a limit of bass.
2 hours into the day, and he's closing in on 20 pounds. Machine.
Well, it is pretty much a replay of yesterday. The only difference, sun shining today. Big morning.
There's stopping him. Cruising along, making it look easy, out fishing everyone around him, as you pointed out. Mark Zona, big lead there. Well, not an insurmountable lead, but a good lead for this early on in the day. Shakura Atkins, Justin Atkins, getting things going to his pleasure today. Bryant Smith and Jacob Fouts rounding out our top 5. You got to be at the top 10 at the end of the day number 3 here on Lake Champlain.
Yes! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Great to have you along with us. Our live coverage continues from here in the Empire State of New York. We love New York. So much great fishing up here. You got this place, Lake Champlain, the St. Lawrence, Lake Oneida. All these great spots for bass fishing. A truly great state for the sport, and so many fishing fans up here, for certain. We got big time action going here. Guys trying to qualify for 10 spots in tomorrow's final. Patrick Walters, who came out with much fanfare to the Bassmaster Elite Series and has improved since then, becoming a more well-rounded fisherman by learning to excel up here in the north. And he's doing so this week.
We got to talk about it yesterday with the high water here. Traditionally, in years past, high water on Lake Champlain and so many lakes in New York makes largemouth a big player, and they virtually were not a player at all in this tournament.
Did you just jump right in the boat, huh? Roasted. Oh, my fingers are going to be raw. It's hard to complain about now. There we go. He's freaking small too. We'll let him ride for a minute though. Dang. These are like, it's a new school of fish. These are all, I need to put a tag on that one. I'll just lanky, skinny. They're not chunky and fat. I want them to look like me. I don't want them.
Walter's got his start with a great college career. Ditto this man, Jacob Fouts, fished his way to the Bassmaster Classic as a college qualifier.
6 years ago this week.
This week?
Yeah, this
He's
past
skinny.
like the last few
He's
days.
long. He's not very big. I saw him on the screen. I was like, dang, that's a big one. He come flying up there, bonk. But he's skinny. I don't think he weighs but 3 1/4 pounds, maybe. Maybe he'll surprise me.
Well, there's been a lot to really learn in this tournament about the behavior of smallmouth on Lake Champlain. Obviously, how much they'll suspend this time of year and how quickly they will put on weight. A lot of these fish, a month from now, a 23-pound bag in this tournament, Tommy, we talked about it. That's going to be a 25-pound, 26-pound bag when you get into September, just because of all the gorging they do. But really, the other thing that we've learned in this tournament is when they get done spawning in June and early July, they are immediately putting the feed bag on in Lake Champlain. It's staggering how quickly they can put on summer weight.
I think he's about had enough.
We're about a month later than we were here 2 years ago. Made a big difference. And as you pointed out, has put the largemouth in the back seat.
Skinny. Don't weigh nothing. If he was fat, he'd be a big one. But he don't weigh but 3 1/4 pounds.
Still in great position to make back-to-back top 10s in his fourth of his career.
Stop. Stop. He went 3 1/2.
You got 3 for me.
Yeah, my smallest one on my scale is 348. I'll get rid of that wee dinky little one.
Fouts has been a really streaky angler in his career. Like Such was saying, this could be his second top 10 in a row. He made 2 top 10s his rookie year. He led the day one at the St. Lawrence River last year with the biggest bag of smallmouth we had seen in a long time.
I'll take that call all day.
But in between all those top 10s,
I think
Jacob
we
Fouts
just need
had
to get rid of
failed to
some of these
make a
things.
top 50 cut, which is huge for sustaining a career on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Wanted to bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge to kind of bracket what we've already seen through 2 days of competition here at Lake Champlain. We're going to see some great fish catches today and Championship Monday tomorrow. And we're going to see the best, obviously, of the week fishing out of the top 10 tomorrow. But looking at Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Mercury Drain the Lake, you get bonus points for every single big bass and big bag you have if they're on your fantasy team. And kind of showing the contrasts, the big bass is tied at 5'4". We've probably had 6 or 7 fish over 5 pounds weighed in, but those two 5'4s are different species. We've got a smallmouth from Jay Shakir on day 1, a largemouth from Mark Menendez on day 2. You can really pick your poison on the big bass here. In past years, if you caught a big bass at the tournament, it was almost 100% sure it was going to be a largemouth, but so many more anglers fishing for smallmouth this week, like Jay Shakir, who's been in the top 5 all week. Now when we go over to the big bag, in past years, you had to have largemouth in your bag to have the biggest bag of the tournament somehow. Whether it was 1 big largemouth kicker or 3 largemouth, 2 smallmouth, there was always some kind of mixture. We have seen a smallmouth takeover, especially in mid-August like we're fishing right now. This is the latest we've ever fished into the season at Lake Champlain, and we're seeing that. The big bag of the tournament, 23 pounds, 14 ounces from Kiyoya Fujita, our day 2 leader. One crazy thing about this, in 2021, we had pretty good weight. Those top-level weights, like Such was saying earlier, around that 80-pound mark every time we come here. It was just below that at 78 pounds and change. The biggest bag of the tournament in 2021 was 21 pounds, 13 ounces by Buddy Gross on day 1. We have had 8 bags over the first 2 days of competition bigger than that 21-13, including that 23-14 from Fujita yesterday. So big bag is way bigger than it's been in the past. Big bass a little bit smaller, but overall smallmouth have impacted this tournament largely because of how big the average fish is for these smallmouth. I think Such said the average bass weighed in yesterday went up by 4 ounces respectively each fish.
You might want to show that picture of Mark Menendez again with it so people can screenshot the picture of the largemouth.
Yes, for sure.
Well, he called us.
Sure.
He said he was fishing for largemouth where he was.
Just so they can remember the world isn't completely spun off its axis yet.
Yeah. And it got him an early drive to St. Lawrence River.
Yeah.
When Aaron Martins won in 2017, he had 23.5. I think that was the biggest bag ever here, and I think Fujita's topped it.
Yep. You ain't big, but you'll help. That's number 5. Not a huge one, but we will take it. Yeah, that one. Dropped it down there on another fish, and he came out of nowhere. And like I keep saying, the only way I can get them to bite is if it's over their head. And I just kept slowly bringing it up, and finally grabbed it. Number 5.
And that's, Ronnie, it's funny what you and Such were talking about. If you really look at what we have had on camera today, yesterday on FS1, and all the way back to day 1 of this tournament.
There we go.
You talk about a lake that's in good shape. We've had very few bass under 3 pounds on camera this entire event.
That's a remarkable place, and absolutely showing off big time this week. Yoya Fujita showing off big time on top of that leaderboard. He's had a pretty decent margin there for a while now on this 3rd day morning. Justin Atkins, Jay Shakurat, Bryant Smith, Jacob Founts progressing well on this day as well. We got so much more to go, though, on this important day 3 on Lake Champlain. Saturday, it's baseball night in America on Fox. Catch Arenado and the Cardinals as they look to play spoiler against Bryce Harper and the Phillies. Or the Cubs take on the Pirates, or Rangers Twins. It all goes down Saturday at 6:30 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area.
Pro's pro, Tommy. You're way better than the last guy who was doing that.
Well, I don't know what you're talking
Promos,
about.
yeah, no, it's fine.
I can read English, baby.
Amen.
That's my first language. Jacob Fouts. Bethel University grad. No, I'm sorry.
Bryan College.
Arch enemy of
Yes.
Bethel University.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
Arch enemy.
Jacob Fouts fishing on the east side of the inland sea. Only one other angler really in the area, and that's your leader. Angler of the Year race right now, Brandon Cobb, with a big day 2. Really, the one thing you'll notice with a lot of the anglers that are leading this tournament right now is right before they get these fish, these suspended fish to commit, they do not put a lot of action on their bait. Very, very subtle, almost like they want a pendulum that jig head minnow towards that fish.
Pretty skinny.
It's 3 3/4.
That'll be a small upgrade, couple of ounces.
But he does have the best bag of the day so far, 19 pounds, 3 ounces, and Fujita's right at 19. We go from 9th to 5th, Jacob Fouts.
They're done. Alex Red Wine, day 1 lead. No, I'm sorry. Not
Second both days.
Yeah, both days.
Stuck on 2 fish, dropped to 21st place.
talked about it. You can be in the same area as the leader. Alex Redwine has been around Fujita really all week long, and yesterday looked great on paper.
No.
Took all day pretty much to catch his weight.
He's been anchored by some big ones, a 415 on day one and a, what was it yesterday, a 5.3.
Decent one, but we want it for now. I got a real wimpy rod, so that's why it's dogging. Let's not get trebles in our hand, and let's just get this fish in the boat.
So we got two 2-pounders today, but this one looks a little better.
That's not giant, but we'll take it for now. Calm some nerves. But it's definitely been a little weird. We've been casting out a lot of fish and not a lot of bites to show for. But we just changed it up.
There's your day one.
That's a little more like it.
Well, that was a great shot of his screen of
gotta get this one first.
how high that fish was suspended, really within 10 feet of the surface over about 50 feet of water.
Come on. Come on. Yes. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Fat.
Number 5. Number 5.
His first 4-pound class fish.
Come on, amigos, don't leave me now.
We talked about how
I've been waiting
scary
to see
accurate
that all morning. Actually, I've been waiting to see that the last 2 days. That fires me up right there. God, that's fun. And see if his pals want to play. I didn't make a great cast.
It is incredible, Z, how many fish we've been 10 to 15 feet away from in our lifetime on smallmouth that didn't bite. We just thought that they just weren't there. You know, like we just missed them.
and had no idea they were there. That is not the case anymore, and we talked about how great Koya Fujita is with his electronics, but boy, Cody Huff is pretty impressive every time we've had him on camera.
That is not what you want.
Boy, that's a hot mess right there.
Oh no.
That was almost bad. I still don't know how bad he messed my line up, so.
Right behind you.
Yep. I'm just gonna play this one down, because I don't know if my line's messed up or not.
Looking at Justin Atkins, that's the benefit of using braid. That line going through his trolling motor. Tommy, you never want to see a smallmouth jump on the other side of the boat from where you're fighting them from.
But you do see it from time to time.
That's how you want them to get it right there.
Australian Carl Jacobson from 28th to 9th place.
So I'm sneaking in there.
We could have every single country that is on the Bassmaster Elite Series in our top 10 tomorrow. If we have one of the Canadians we expect to sneak up there. Cooper Gallant tried to yesterday.
Could be the United Nations of bass fishing if that happens there. Fujita,
even people
though.
from Tennessee.
Yeah, that's right. Plus Tennessee people. Fujita on top. Still maintaining that lead. Justin Atkins staying in touch with the leader. Doing a fine job of that there. Very steady today. Jay Shakurat had a great tournament all around, and ditto for Bryant Smith. Watch them all, including Jacob Fouts on a mission. We got plenty more to come from Champlain.
Live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Welcome back. Day 3 coverage, live coverage. Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite, 8 out of 9 tournaments. This is the 8th for 2023. Very, very important tournament. There's a city that's always been great to us. So much help, so much cooperation through the years. People of this historic town, beautiful town, Plattsburgh, they're framed against the Adirondacks, and just a great destination this time of year. Let's get back out on Lake Champlain, which we're only using a little bit of their lake.
Yeah.
So that's
borrowing just a little bit.
Just borrowing a little bit of it. Let's get out to Matt Robertson. 3rd year with the Elite Series, but he's already qualified for his 5th Bassmaster Classic. I'll call him qualified. He's 16th as we start.
And he was a part of the 2021 rookie class where in the final event of the season, we had 5 rookies within 50 points, and the guy in 50 points back won Rookie of the Year. So we say it's a Cifuentes Fujita shoe-in, but Brian Smith is still within range of that as well.
He's in it.
Big head shake. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump.
And Tommy, you talked about it yesterday. You could we've had Matt Robertson on camera a lot the last couple of years, and you really never know what you're going to get with Matt Robertson.
No.
The well-behaved or the not so well. But
never
the one
know
thing
what
is,
you're going to get.
He has been in contention to win a lot of Elite Series tournaments, yet to get it done. That day's coming.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Take a look at the Rookie of the Year. Joyce Cifuentes has gained like
this thing's cut
14 points today. He's in 11th place, up from 23rd.
My hands are hurting so bad.
Matt gained his smallmouth prowess on Kentucky Lake, his home waters there. Southern smallmouth hammers, along with Justin Atkins. Pickwick Lake. Let's get back over to, speaking of rookies, last year's Rookie of the Year. Definitely a part of this year's Angler of the Year race, Jay Shakura.
And looking at guys like Atkins and Jay Shakura, Brian Smith, Jacob Fouts, they're going to have to chip into that lead right now that Koya Fujita unofficially has. You can go into the championship Monday with a 2-pound lead. That is hard to catch up with on this lake.
Yeah.
Don't like those jumps, man. Hitting the roof.
Going to afford Jay an upgrade there. Looks to be in the 4+ class for sure. Now let's welcome our colleague Davey Hite out there today. Davey, good to see you as always. Kind of hard not to talk about the topic of the day. 2 years and 1 month since we've been here, and what changes? What a big change in the way this lake is being fished.
Yeah, it really is, Tommy. And you know, most of the anglers that are, you know, in the top 10, top 20 even, are in the inland sea, kind of in one general area. And I didn't really want to get in the middle of those guys. They're fishing for a lot of money, a lot of points, that's for sure. But I found another area just over on the New York side. It's very similar, and I wanted to talk a little bit about why those smallmouth are there. There's 2 islands, and the water's really deep all the way around these islands, but through the middle you have a trough. And because of the islands and the shallow water between these islands, the current, and we've talked about current here a lot on Lake Champlain, but the current really accelerates and comes through these islands on the front, on the back, but certainly in the trough of the 2 islands. And that attracts a lot of bait fish, and that's why you have a lot of the smallmouth bass there for the bait fish. How do you narrow down 110 miles of lake like this long, this big, so much deep water? Current is always a factor when you're fishing for smallmouth.
Davey, one of the stories in this term, we goof around a lot about it, but it's actually transpiring as your unofficial leader right now, Koya Fujita. We generally, by the time we get to the final day of the tournament, we know pretty much the bait. And that's what we all want to know. We want to know the lure that the leaders are using. Is this one of those strange tournaments that we see about every decade that we will never know or see by the end of the event?
Well, Z, I can't promise you, but I'll try real hard tomorrow. I've kind of bonded with Koya a little bit. And I've talked to him the last 2 days a little bit. So maybe tomorrow afternoon, if he does win this thing, maybe by tomorrow afternoon, I'll be able to get Koya to show us the baits, or maybe a backup bait anyway.
Davey, good stuff. We will keep our eye on the guys and the current and everything else in current events as they keep changing, as we learn more and more about what's going on in this different way to bite off a manageable piece of giant Lake Champlain. Back out on the water to Matt Robertson.
Tommy, I'm going to go with we will never, ever see the lure that Koya Fujita is using.
I mean, looked like
tend
a
to
hammer.
agree.
Don't jump. Oh my God, yeah. That's a hammer. Don't jump. I think that's a 4. Maybe not. I cannot tell. Just come here, dude. You gotta be kidding me. She looks good. I was so big on the light scope, I almost didn't even cast statics. I thought it was something else. But I don't think it's gonna call. They're eating it today. What'd I do with that scale? I thought the rod box showed in.
Got 2 3/4s in his live well.
Should be closer to accurate now. He was a little bit low until he weighed all of them. Remember the last cull he had, he went and weighed all of them and got much closer to accurate.
It's going to be closer right there on that one. Net a whole lot out of that from Matt Robertson, but as he says, they're biting what he's offering, so that's a good sign. And that boat right there, Kili Fujita still on top, almost 2-pound lead, a little less than 2-pound lead over Jay Shakura. Justin Atkins, one of our big movers today, moving up into the top 10. Not very many. Carl Jochimson and Luke Palmer, the only 2 who've pulled that off so far. We'll be right back.
Yeah!
No way!
You're watching the Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Third of 4 days of fishing here at legendary Lake Champlain on the border between New York and Vermont. Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite is this one right here, and it's the next to last event of the season. We are headed towards the climax of everything for this year of 2023. A lot more yet to come today from here at Champlain. Glad you're with us. Bassmaster trivia now. Such serving it up. I'll read it here. What is the New York State largemouth record? We're talking about the almost forgotten largemouth species here at Lake Champlain this week. Is it a 9-4, a 10-4, an 11-4, or a 12-4 for northern bass? Z, what do you think?
Tommy, I'm going to go with, there's some big largemouth in the state of New York, not like places we see in Texas. I'm going to go with 12-4. I'm talking about a dadgum New York stud.
Absolutely. Ronnie?
11-4? I'll go 11-4.
I kind of go with 11-4 as well.
Wow.
C.
Yes. Nailed it. John Higbee, 1987.
Wow. Buckhorn Lake.
There's Big Fish Buckhorn Lake.
Yeah.
Well, the way we were catching big fish at Lake Champlain is with a variety of different techniques and baits. You'll see some very similar deals as we bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. For a little bit of Bass Pro Shop's top lures, you're going to see that theme we talked about, but I'm going to start off with a couple different ones first. With Justin Atkins, like we said, he's been doing something a little bit different. Has a very subtle, light underspin, and instead of a swim bait like you'd see, normally we see on spotted bass places or southern largemouth bodies of water where you're throwing an underspin, maybe in some timber or brush, and you have a boot tail swim bait or some type of swim bait on the back of that. He is instead using a Berkeley flatworm, very non-intrusive. Normally we see him throw that on a drop shot or maybe on a jig head minnow, but with an underspin this time for Justin Atkins, a little bit different approach. Then we go over to Bryant Smith, Bassmaster Elite Series rookie. He's got 2 baits really going for him. He's got that drop shot with the Baby Z2, and he's also got a jig head with the Baby Z2 Z2 that he can drop straight to fish. Like he said earlier in one of his fish catches, they're not biting it unless I get it right above their heads to where they're looking up at it. And that's the one big benefit to that jig head minnow. The drop shot's great when you're dropping it down on bottom structure. The bait stays up off the bottom, and those fish are related to the bottom structure. The jig head minnow, when they're suspended, is huge, and that's why the next couple guys will see the same things. For Jay Shakurit, that Smeltonator jig head with that, I believe, a Z2 as well on there. Really buoyant bait, and so when you're trying to keep a bait right in their face, you want it to look natural. Sometimes the line tie can be very, very crucial. That 90-degree line tie, oftentimes when they hang it right in front of the fish, you want it to stay horizontal and look natural. Some jig heads, depending on the angle of the eye, it could be 45 degrees vertical, or certain ways, if the bait floats up too much, it'll be the opposite way. Keeping it right there horizontal in their face is key. Alex Redwine, roommate to Jay Shakurit, he's been second place all week long, also throwing the same jig head, different little color. He's also throwing a Berkeley Gulp style, minnow on that. Great scent. Also keeps it horizontal in the water column. We're seeing a big trend here with this, but the one difference with Cody Huff, our day one leader, jig head as well, a big eye presence on there, a little bit different of a hook. It's not the generic jig head hook you see. I can't, it's eluding me what that hook is called right now, Z, but I'll have you follow up with that. But he's throwing a bigger bait. It is a 5-inch fluke style bait. It's not just the 3.5 or 4.5 inches. It is a big fluke style bait there. So jig head minnows are very, very key, especially with all these smallmouth relating to those bait pods and not relating to the bottom structure this week.
Beautiful.
Let's take it out to red wine. Great start. First 2 days of this tournament for the young man from Ohio.
Little bit slower today, and that is actually called, that's a VMC sleek head with Cody Huff. And to talk about this area in between these two islands, Davey nailed that. And really, Tommy, we have had south or southwest winds this whole tournament, which go with the current that flows from south to north. It flows just like Kentucky Lake.
So quick.
Tomorrow, and this is a big deal in the inland sea, we're going to have north winds pushing against that current, and a lot of these smallmouth will absolutely reposition tomorrow.
Look, I think this is number 5. 45. No, it's... Come on. You gotta stay on this school. I think that's number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Alex Redwine just having a little case of the nerves this morning, trying to get things on track.
He's back in the top 10 right now at 9th. Joyce Fuentes in 10th place right now. He just called.
Well, that area right there in the inland sea has been the biggest player, and your Mercury move of this entire tournament is really being around Knight and Damius Island in an area that's been so good in years past. Really, that's been a big player the last 30 years. When you get into the month of August, your Mercury move of the day is leaving Plattsburgh and coming to that 1 mile stretch. Big player for a lot of your leaders throughout this tournament. Davey Hite said so much current that comes through there. And the big factor, Tommy, is what I just brought up in this tournament. That north wind is going to push that current back, going to kind of shift these schools around. But your Mercury move of the tournament, you want to be right on the east side of Damius Island. That's your Mercury move of the day. And it wasn't a stretch. That was actually pretty truthful.
Okay, so the current sets the bait up. And when you add the wind, now what's the subtle change there?
Basically, when you have that south wind, that current just speeds up in between those islands and gets the bait moving. And really what you see is on a north wind, a lot of those pods of bait and just smallmouth in general, just they don't set up the way they did when you had a southerly wind on Champlain.
Matt Robertson going through some numbers today for sure.
Oh, God. It looks big right now. They all look big. That one might weigh. Maybe. I don't know. They get smaller every time I grab them. What do you want to bet? 3.5? I got a plump belly on her, a little bulge, holding a bulge. 3. $63. What the crap, man?
It's going to be an upgrade, small upgrade for Matt Robertson right there over to Cody Huff.
It's a pretty nice one there.
And that is one of the big differences on the New York side compared to the inland sea side of Lake Champlain right now. A lot of 3.5 to 4 pound smallmouth and just so many 4 pound or better in the inland sea compared to the New York side this tournament.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. That's a good one. Let's see here.
That one looks substantially bigger than that other market.
Yes, we got really lucky. The big one got it.
We talked about the top lures with Cody Huff and that VMC jig head you were talking about, Z. And one thing that's different about that jig head compared to some of the other ones, it reminds me of when we initially got introduced to the Demiki style. It had that sickle hook to it compared to other people making other jig heads work. Maybe they swim in a bait and you can still drop on fish. That sickle hook is super great for dropping right on fish and hookup ratio.
Alex red wine.
Come on, red wine. Get this treble out of here so I don't mess myself up. Don't jump, don't jump, don't jump, don't jump, don't jump, don't jump, don't. All right, bingo. It's got to be pretty much 4, I'd imagine. One of those little guys. Yeah. All right, we got our first one over 4.
Pace picking up for Alex Redwine here. Good to see that on this morning. Day number 3. Action continues, even to the halfway point on this important day so far. And Julia Fujita, man, he's the story at the top of the leaderboard for the past couple of days here. That is for sure. Justin Atkins and Jay Shakura, Bryant Smith, another rookie trying for another win on the Bassmaster Elite Series by the rookie crew. Jacob Fouts and all the rest. We'll take a quick break and be right back. Well, this month, coming in your mailbox if you're a Bass member, possibly already there, the 500th issue of Bassmaster magazine represents 50 years of really tuning into what resonates with bass fishermen, fans of bass fishing throughout the country. Yes, they have conservation, they have new products, but the core business always to make you a better fisherman. Start out with Bob Cobb, taking input from readers, sort of crowdsourcing is what we call it in this day and age, but boy, it has worked so well. Hats off to James Hall and all the gang who do such a great work with all the photography, all the writing, all the coverage. 500 issues of Bassmaster. Got a way to go for 500 years, but 50 is a long time as well.
Going to get back out on the water right now with your day one leader from Missouri, Cody Huff. Not quite catching the numbers that some of our other anglers on camera have done today, but the quality definitely there. Out to Cody Huff live.
Got him. Two nice helpers real fast. That's what I'm talking about.
Get it right now, bud.
That's what I'm talking about. Just need to do a little moving around. These things swim so much. Green is good. Red is good.
Good one right there for
Blue is good.
Cody Huff, fishing the north side of the inland sea. Gonna get back down to Koya Fujita. Tommy, I got a text from an angler that we covered for many years, a legend on the Bassmasters for so many years, Denny Brower, who won on this body of water up in Missisquoi Bay, flipping a jig in the reeds, and he said, well, I guess looking at a depth finder all tournament long would be kind of, well, no, I wouldn't do that. Right? Love Denny Brower. That's
absolutely. Yeah. What
very truthful words from Denny Brower right there.
Hero to so many people. And all those skills, like, you know, reading contours and reading the bank and vegetation, make sure all that stuff's not going away. That's still pertinent.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But I can tell you, with the water being 3 foot high, if Denny Brower was in this tournament, he would have had a flipping stick, and that'd be about it.
Yeah.
Really in this tournament, this is the time of day we got to see on day one and a little bit yesterday, where those pods of alewife really start to get near the surface with the high skies that tend to get these wolf packs moving a lot better in the afternoon than we've seen in and the morning has not been that bad.
First upgrade in a little while for Koya. Did such a great job getting started today. The quickest start of anyone. Back out to Alex Red Wine, too.
That's a good one. Trebles. Don't fail me this time, treble hooks. Don't fail me, please. Don't jump either. Just Just tire out. Just tire out. Don't be stupid with the trebles.
DH Marine Weather Watch. Current conditions right now, 73 degrees.
Perfect.
Sunny, southwest wind at 7 miles an hour. Oh my goodness.
It was 82 when we woke up
here, Tommy.
I had one jump off earlier.
Tomorrow, championship Monday, high of 72 degrees, low of 58.
Don't force anything.
2 a.m. showers. That north wind you
control what we can control.
5 to 10 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's going to be a different wind situation tomorrow, coming from the north.
I think it's close.
After work today, I'm just going to go to the grocery store and ask if I can hang out in the walk-in cooler for a while. Get that Champlain feeling going.
No loitering.
Tommy, it never got above 67 degrees here yesterday.
My
I thought it
gosh.
was about done.
They've had one of the coolest summers ever in Chicago, haven't they?
It's been pretty. It got pretty warm throughout July. You could feel fall now, but July was it was a furnace for a furnace for us is 88 degrees.
Yeah, that's all relative.
Golly.
Maybe they meant like cool, like hip, like it was one of the hippest
I'm
summers
not
for
babying
Chicago.
it
It always
that much.
is in
This
Chicago.
thing's just powerful. Just don't be stupid. Come on. Just don't be stupid. Come on.
Every point and every place is going to be huge for red wine over the next 6 days of competition on the Elite Series to stay requalified. We were talking yesterday at the end of our Fox broadcast that top 70 in the Angler of the Year points are guaranteed to return next year. Everybody else has to rely on their career average.
No, it's barely hooked. Oh, come on.
Which could be as little as the average of 2 years, right?
Yep,
got one
2-year
hook.
average. For some, that's when you start to get judged.
No. Oh,
Yeah,
golly.
before the northern swing, he was 90 in points. He needed some good events, and he
Got a top 30 at St. Clair.
The fun part's getting
Right
him
now
in the
he's
boat. This isn't the fun
70th.
part.
69.
It's literally got the last treble hook just itched in the corner. But we don't want to be stupid. Don't be stupid. All right, please be ready this time. It's got to be close to it right there. Come on. Come on, just put me in your hand. Let me put you. Let's. Oh, no, red wine. Oh, gosh. Red wine got carried away there for a second.
Third person.
In the corner, like. It's a little bit to him. Oh, come on. Let's see what you got. I'd imagine it's got to be 4.5 or so. He ain't got much of a belly, but it's just so long. Come on now. Nice little 4 3/4. FS1, we're slow and steady. It ain't peaches and roses, but we're slow and steady. He's so long. Like if that thing had a belly on him, he'd be freaking 5.5, but he's just long and skinny. Ooh, in the bucket. All right, which one is next?
Tommy, there will be guys who take all day long to build up to their final limit that they'll weigh in. Some guys catch it in the first hour. At the end of the day, they're measured the same. You catch your 22 pounds after 8 hours, it's fine. If you catch in the first hour, it's a bonus.
David Mullins just snuck in our top 10.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that one, red wine, worth the wait. Red wine likes. Becoming that big. Good one there for him. A lot better position right now as it stands, but still Fujita on top. The top 10 is where you want to be at the end of the day. That's the main thing to keep top of your mind. Only the top 10 will fish tomorrow, Championship Monday. We are coming right back after this. Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, is coming to the biggest season opener college football has seen in years as his Colorado Buffaloes face 17th ranked TCU. Big noon Saturday on Fox starts September 2nd. Just a couple of weeks away.
Still all about Georgia this year? Are you still there?
I'm kind of have to be for now.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yes.
Half of the
you?
Philadelphia Eagles team is Georgia Bulldogs now. Really, more than half, I think.
Yeah, and they have about the same outlook, too, I think, for the season.
Yes.
They are going to be hard to stop.
And we talked about what anglers could kind of break away from a lot of the packs of boats, and Justin Atkins has really been left alone on the west side of the same island that Koya Fujita is fishing, and really this stretch all to himself. And he said wherever that deep water, that 20 to 40 feet of water cuts into that cabbage has been real key. Those contours very tight to that grass line. And even though Justin Atkins is in the inland sea, he's definitely been doing something a lot different from your leaders.
Just long and skinny. I need him to be full.
Well, that one, I'm going to put him very close to 20 pounds right there. Is that the best? Yeah.
You know what that sounds like.
Yeah. I know exactly what that means. Friendos. Power pole replay of the day. Justin Atkins, we talked about it, doing something a little bit different. Has been using a 1/4 ounce underspin with a Berkeley flatworm. The reason why, he said, that Berkeley flatworm, very little action on the back of that underspin. He said really along these walls of grass in the inland sea, and basically there's a wall around every single one of those islands of cabbage and some mixed in milfoil. He said wherever that deep water compresses against that grass, that underspin has been a big player, doing something differently than a lot of your other leaders. Justin Atkins, power pole replay of the day, staying within reach of Koya Fujita in this event.
Justin Atkins, one of our great stories out there. Yeah, celebrated angler when he joined the Bassmaster Elite Series, but he did not find the going easy when he came over here. Much adversity did he face through the first couple of years there, and now he's getting a little bit back. He is having a good week here, and he's done well up north. So overcoming adversity, kind of the story of this man.
So it's no secret I have not done real well in the last few years. I've had some tough breaks. At St. Clair, I lost one that would have definitely got me in the cut, and that just seems to be a repeating story. So been trying to overcome that. You know, we spend a lot of money, we're away from home a lot, but at the end of the day, every tournament's a new tournament, and you just got to put it behind you. I just came out here this week. I got to catch them. Just been trying to stay positive and just focus. You know, it's got to turn around at some point. So I'm hoping today was the start of a good little trend.
One of the best college anglers of all time. Fished against him when he was at Mississippi State. Fantastic Tennessee River, fantastic Smith Lake, Clearwater, spotted bass. Won a Forest Wood Cup over on another professional tour, and literally one of the best dudes in the industry. He was just out there helping cover the college championship on his home lake at Pickwick last week, and it's good to see Atkins starting to get some momentum in the last 5 events.
Yeah, you didn't think he'd finish 68th in the last 2 Angler of the Year standings, his first 2 seasons.
Yeah, he is a world-class angler, and it's been hard to watch and describe what he's gone through the last couple years fishing-wise, trying to get the wheels back on, because he is absolutely one of the stars of this game.
Just came across a school of like 10 fish. think it's another decent one. Fatty. I think it's bigger than one of these. Yeah, it's definitely bigger than that one. Which one's bigger between this and blue? Just double check and make sure I didn't miss any. Yeah, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's been the one amazing thing, a lot of these anglers out in 30 all the way to 60 feet of water, how close to the surface they are as the day goes on.
AOY update. Brandon Cobb just landed his 3rd fish, but it was a 4-pounder. He's got 8 pounds. He was 18th. He's fallen to 25th, but probably more since we have a lot of guys not on Bass Track. And Kyle Welcher, his unit is down.
Yeah.
We don't have a Bass Track on him at all.
Today, we talk about all the time, Tommy, this is the most important day of the tournament. When you get to the top 50, you have the opportunity to earn points others can't earn, but you have the opportunity to lose points. If you're in the top 20 to drop down to 40th, that's 20 points you give away in a single day. You don't want to do that. Cobb has done well 2 days.
You do not.
He does not want to give back any points today if he can hold on.
Got work though. Got 3 fish for 8 pounds. But the 4-pounder last couple minutes is a good sign.
Got all kind of issues. I'm weighing this thing. What size they are. Little schoolers.
Come up with the limits. Still waiting for some size to show up for him.
Everyone's even hanging out there.
Well, there's a good shot. Those are your leaders right there. There's a good shot of those pods of alewife, how close to the surface they get.
Heavy. I can't keep it. I can't keep it just in the exact same spot in the water column. He's already working his way back.
Hooked up.
It's a stout one.
Tommy, kind of looking forward to the next Bassmaster Elite Series tournament next weekend on the St. Lawrence River. We got to see a lot of big wind. It had a postponement day here. We got some more big wind coming Thursday and Friday next week on the St. Lawrence River. So going to be a bouncy little ride first 2 days of that tournament.
Well, let's watch that extended forecast for sure. See what happens. Much anticipated, that final finale for the year. St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario. Koya Fujita here. Lead's been eaten into a good little bit by Mr. Justin Atkins right there, Cody Huff, and Alex Redwine joining in the assault right now, but still, Fujita, the man to beat, will be right back.
Yes! No way! You're watching the Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Really appreciate you being along with us today. This live coverage, the third stop of the, or the next to last stop, I should say, of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Dakota Lithium, Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain going on here. A lot of different races are coming down to it near the season's end, and a big weigh-in today for sure, because only 10 will make it out of today into the final, which happens tomorrow. So the weigh-in starts at 3 p.m., promptly at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. You can see that on Bassmaster.com. Follow that and find out who is fishing tomorrow. And on the hot seat, as it stands right now, and for a while now, Koya Fujita.
He's got our big fish of the day of 412 and 2 fish. He put in his 4 pounds 5 ounces. His other 2 or 3.5. He has not upgraded in a while.
Getting a little heat from down in the pack a bit. They have closed that margin.
And this is really the only time that we have seen him leave his primary area around B.A.S.S Island. He kind of came in this zone late yesterday afternoon.
Yes, sir. Yes. Big fish.
Oh boy.
It's very, very hard to run away and hide in a smallmouth tournament where it's just a pound between 5 places, but Fujita's doing his best attempt at trying to run away from the field.
First one over 20 pounds today.
Yes. Yeah. Beautiful boss.
Oh, yet again, my friend.
Yeah.
Power pole replay of the day. It's pretty much been the power pole replay of the week with this rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series, Koya Fujita, fishing a channel buoy, and that's the one thing on this lake, Lake Champlain or the St. Lawrence River. So many bass caught off of those chains and the embutments that anchor them to the bottom of the lake. And Koya Fujita got to show us yesterday his area around B.A.S.S Island is not the only bullet in his gun. Yet another big upgrade here for the rookie on the Elite Series. Koya Fujita yet again, power pole replay of the day.
Well, him extending his area at the end of the day yesterday was certainly not good news for the rest of these hopefuls here on Lake Champlain.
You know, Tommy, and really watching where Fujita has fished, Redwine, and a lot of your leaders, even though they're using a lot of technology in this tournament, these areas are the same areas where bass have been caught for the last 50 years, 100 years on this lake.
Not exactly sure how big yet. I'm just seeing a lot bigger groups, you know, like I feel like the last few days it's been singles, but I feel like the wolf packs are growing. We got spectators fishing around me. We got the fish schooling up. We got fish on my line. What else can you ask for, I guess? I can't tell if he's big or not. I haven't really seen him yet. He's just fighting good. He's not crazy big, but no, he's freaking fat. He's heavy. That's why he was fighting so hard, because he was a fatty. His peg. Look at his belly. Golly. We got spectator boats fishing, getting closer to me. And the fish are starting to bite though, that's all that counts. Just a little bit under 4. It's fat though.
Another good one there for Alex Redwine as he slowly builds his bag up. He's one of those guys that may take all day for his 20-pound bag, but he could be in contention going into championship Monday. At the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, wanted to talk a little bit about the contours, the mapping, the kind of area we've talked about on the Google Earth, the visual of where all these boats are, but why they're there. And when you look at the Humminbird Lake Master charts, you can see all these different colorations of depth contours. We've obviously got the couple islands right here we've been featuring. We've got the red as the ultra shallow. Once you get to around that green, you start to hit the teen depths, 12 to 20 feet of water is in that yellow, and then the light blue right here is in the 20 feet before it drops into 30 and 40 around here. So you start to see these things develop like flats. Flats are huge places where bait fish and fish will go, especially in the fall, to feed up before they go to their wintering spots for the year. And with smallmouth gathering up, they will get into big schools and oftentimes chase bait. And so these flats are big areas to congregate. And it's not just 100, 120-yard flat, things like that. This is a quarter of a mile area or half a mile area at times in some places. And then when we go north in the inland sea, another big flat that we have that a couple of other guys in the top 10 have frequented throughout the week. These big flats, you can see the contours go from the dark blue is 100 feet plus or 50 feet plus, gets up to around the 30, 40 feet range, and then the 20 feet range, which is where a lot of guys are kind of right on the edge of. They're bordering that 25 to 35, 40 feet of water areas. We've seen Cody Huff 39, 40 feet of water a lot. A lot of these fish are suspended, but these long areas of flats might seem like you're wandering aimlessly, but this is where different pods of bait will be, and this is where a ton of the population of bass are, just in these general regions right off these breaks. That, like Z was talking about, a lot of these anglers targeting grass lines where those drops and breaks are. Those fish can be on the edges of those or up on top of the flats chasing all the bait. So Lake Master, based on how you set your colors, you can really start to dial in a little bit better areas.
Jeez.
Secure it. Z, for folks who are just picking up with this tournament, we should get you to remind them what you said about the supply of smallmouth here, the possibilities for replenishment.
Well, that's one of the things that we talked about the first day of this tournament back on Thursday, which feels about almost like a year ago, is in the time that I've spent on this lake, whether it's taping shows or tournaments, these schools are so enormous. You think to yourself, well, there's no way they're going to last 2 or 3 days. They absolutely do. There's not hundreds of bass running those areas that Ronnie was talking about. There's literally thousands of 3.5 to 5 pound bass that replenish every single day.
Yeah. You would think, ain't it? It looks like a 4. Kinda. Oh yeah, it's a 4.
4.3?
It's like, yeah, like a 4.1.
Shakira continuing to overachieve here in his second year. Certainly part of our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. Let's take a quick look at, as much as we can, our real-time changes. Adjustments going on today out there. Kyle Welcher, we don't know so much about. We do know he is not turned on. His reporting is not turned on, but you can see where it is. Brandon Cobb now with about a less than 20-point lead over Kyle Welcher. Drew Cook certainly sliding up into third place there, and there's Jay Shakura there in fourth, and still some fishing days left for these anglers as this season winds down. We'll be right back to Lake Champlain. Saturday, it's baseball night in America on Fox. Catch Arenado and the Cardinals as they look to play spoiler against Bryce Harper and the Phillies. Or the Cubs take on the Pirates, or Rangers Twins. It all goes down Saturday, 6:30 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area. Back out on the lake as we are heading toward the closer and closer to the midway point of this all-important third day of competition. Bassmaster Elite number 8 of 9 for this year. Greg DePalma started in our top 10, still needing some bigger ones to show up so he can get back up in there. That's the aim today, be in the top 10.
Yeah, his day much slower as far as quality goes, and it's really going to turn into who can keep pace right now with Koya Fujita in this tournament. And talking about Koya Fujita being a rookie on the Elite Series and what he's done so far, Tommy, we talked about this at the beginning of the season on FS1. As young as he is, Taku Ito told us last summer, if he qualifies for the Elite Series, he is scary good. And really, he has shown that all season long on the Elite Series.
No doubt. It's been eye-popping in some instances.
No call, but still ain't big. Let's see what she weighs. I don't even know what the smallest one is. I just threw number 5 in there.
Trying to make his second Elite top 10. He was 8th at St. Lawrence in 2019, De Palma. He was 5th in the 2018 Open here.
Maybe it's just hooked weird. I think it's hooked weird, but I kind of want him.
Colin's Red Wine having his best event. Second-year man, 22-11 day 1, 21-11 on day 2. Super solid. Taking his time, but getting it done today.
Yeah, and this feels like one of those tournaments really, really similar to the Lake St. Clair event going into Championship Monday. Tommy, it feels like one of those tournaments, whoever catches the biggest bag tomorrow is gonna, even though this is a cumulative weight, feels like whoever catches the biggest stringer on Monday is gonna hold the trophy.
It's just weird, I think.
Agreed.
It's kind of fat though again. God, so fat. So fat. Perch pandas.
Alex has got a 3-pounder. That's a short one, though. He's right, though. It's stocky.
It might gain us a couple ounces. I don't really know.
Gee, just look at them all. There's like 40 in front of us. Okay. It's a little fatter.
A little bit.
Well, it's been a hot seat at number 10 spot. Luke Palmer, David Mullen's been flipping back and forth. Joey Cifuentes just got a 410. He's over 19 pounds, and he's taking over our 10th spot right now. De Palma could do it with this fish. What a Phoenix Boats Big Fish Alert.
Okay.
Joey Cifuentes. The 410. That's second today to Fujita's 412. That ties Red Wines.
Skeeter Boats BFA there.
Foreshadowed by Such.
Foretold.
Yes. Foretold, actually, yeah.
On a school of them right now. Made the comment with his forward-facing sonar. School was
there's so many.
30 to 40 bass for Greg De Palma.
It's a better one. Guess you just got to cast every school till you find little bigger ones.
Look at the catch count, Z. Atkins is up to 13 and Red Wine 10. Cifuentes 12 fish today. That's just the ones they've entered in Bass Track.
They're all in front of the trolling motor right now. Make your wrist hurt. Come here, big dog. That's better. I'm just gonna leave it. Alright, got some calling here. And then number 5 is gone. Oh shit. Will be number 4. A little over 3.5.
And Such, what you were talking about right there, it's obvious it's so hard to catch up and make ground on Lake Champlain. As tight as the weights were, really of your top 10 coming into today, 9 of them still owning those top 10 spots. So just really, really hard to make up ounces here.
Same thing yesterday. Only
had two.
Only had 2 that didn't make it through.
Fouts and Robertson replaced them.
Gotta make sure I didn't leave one on this side.
Well, that's pretty much the story. Just 4 guys staring at their screen leading this tournament.
It's a have to kind of get past the visual sameness of a lot of our shots here.
Well, St. Clair, we saw riders say it's like spotlighting. It's Joey Cifuentes are covering him, and you're running down the road and you spotlight your radar on a big fish and cast to it and go for it.
See the YouTube comments now.
Yeah, that's illegal, deer hunting.
But we want to see them catch them, and they are for sure catching
Absolutely.
them. That is for sure.
Well, there's no doubt it is frighteningly accurate. Your bait is pretty much in front of a bass every single cast you make.
That's exciting. That is exciting. Take a look at our Bassmaster, Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch. Joey Cifuentes, the aforementioned, on top right there. Boy, what a race, though. Just a few points ahead of Kyoya Fujita. That one likely to come down to the final day next week.
We could still have 8 rookies make the Classic. Logan Latuso's just 10 behind Cole, who's 10 behind David.
That is phenomenal. Phenomenal every year. The rookies get better and better. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
So great to have had you with us today. We still got a little fishing to watch here on this all-important Day 3 Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. We want to thank our fantastic host city of Plattsburgh, New York. Just a beautiful place. The organization Adirondack Coast, our other excellent hosts here who have just provided us with so much through the years. And we can't say enough about this community, the beauty here, and the great folks who live here. Visit if you get a chance here. Come up and fish in New York, or just look around up in this part of New York. It's gorgeous, this natural wonder. Lake Champlain, and that's how our anglers are distributed, the ones we are watching today.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Looking at a lot of your leaders focusing around Damius Island. You see Jacob Fouts a little bit east from a core group of anglers in the inland sea, but so many good tournaments always held out of Plattsburgh, New York, and this one no different. There has not been a lack of fish catching in this event.
I don't know if he'll help or not. I don't think so. Come on. We're gonna set the hook one of these times, and it's gonna be a 5-er. Sooner or later. It does. And I mean, this is what the big ones are doing. It's just hitting one wolf pack of them that's up there killing stuff.
Cody Huff currently 2.5 pounds, just under 2.5 pounds behind our leader.
Like you guys talked about, making the jump from cut line at 50, 18 pounds on day 1 to be able to even try to get to the top 10. Just for reference, Hank Cherry, 50th place, 18 pounds. He caught 19.15 yesterday, almost 20 pounds even. Moved all the way up to 30th. He jumped 20 spots with the better day.
Wow.
But he's still almost 3 pounds on the dot behind 10th place. So you would have to catch a 24-pound bag, hoping they only catch 21 to be able to jump up, and it's just
Look at that.
starting to very, very difficult.
That is a group of them right there.
Yeah, there's a few down there.
So if you have never used forward-facing sonar, that is shooting a beam out in front
I
of
think you could hit a big school. You can make good casts.
Cody Huff's
I've been
boat.
catching onesies and twosies for 2 freaking days, and here I am missing a school. You get all excited, dude. It's like getting buck fever. I gotta get my big weight out. They're seeing the one that's falling slow before it gets to the rest of them.
That is a Amazing shot from cameraman Jake Latondras and Cody Huff's boat. Wow.
Just all nice. It's not nice enough.
It's fair to say he is not going to run out of 3.5 pounders for championship Monday.
No, I think he's good to go on those. Learned all his stuff on the White River Lakes in Missouri and Arkansas, Bull Shoals, Table Rock.
Tommy, you know you're catching a lot when you're weighing a fish almost over the side of the boat.
Can you cool it?
We can get more.
$330.
Huff is a college champion, also a classic bracket winner from college, 2-time participant in the bracket as well.
Yeah.
The year he won the bracket, he didn't even win the championship. The year prior, he was the defending champion. Won at 10 Killer Lake.
That's about all you can accomplish at the top end of college bass fishing.
I like when I bite it like that. Just gets me excited that there's hope.
Again.
Man, look at that school on Cody Huff's boat. Wow.
Twisting my min up.
Been cool to see those shots, how quickly those schools will elevate in the water column from the bottom all the way to just under the surface. See his bait going down. Wow.
They're nuts, man. I mean, we're having a ball. This place is absolutely incredible. I mean, it's full of bass. I don't know what I got here. Shaking his head like a good one. We're fixing to find out.
Tommy, as the saying goes, we're going to leave them biting here on FS1 today.
Golly.
You love it when you leave them biting, that is for sure, but we do hate to go. Let's see it one time. Cody,
come on, Cody. Force that sucker in here.
Gotta go. Gotta tell you, coverage continues on Bassmaster.com with live mix. Dave and Davey coming up later with on-location coverage, the weigh-in at 3 o'clock. Next time we will see you, we'll be at St. Lawrence.
Welcome back to Live Mix at the Elite 8, Lake Champlain. Day number 3. We've got an incredible little bit of a derby going on, a lot of different derbies within the derby. I was just trying to explain, or getting ready to explain to my next guest, Brandon Card and Clifford Perch, how this was playing out, and then the guy in my ear told me to shut up and wait till all the commercials were over. So now we're playing for nice, and I'm going to bring you guys up to date. Koya Fujita is obviously leading. I just saw where he just caught basically a 4.5 or close to a 4.5. So that gives him a pound 8. Now there was just ounces sitting here. Gives him a pound 8 lead over Alex Redwine. Justin Atkins is back there with a pound 14, and I'm saying those guys are pretty close. And I don't know, just on the fudge factor, the sandbag factor, all that. I mean, these top 3, 4 guys, 5 guys could be just right there, right? Because we're looking and comparing what they're talking about and what they're doing, Atkins had a flurry earlier in the morning, caught several. He's showing 20 pounds. I'm telling you, he's got more than 20 pounds. You know.
Yeah, you know, smallmouth are pretty darn hard to judge too, and some guys are going to judge low just to make sure they're not over. And you know, you guys have told us we got to get a little tighter on our judgment. So I've done better the last year or two, but you know, guy doesn't want to come in with less than what he says. So it could be anybody up there.
Right. Well, I mean, and within that, you got Koya who's leading, and now you got Joey Cifuentes in 10th, and Joey is first in the Rookie of the Year race, and Koya is second. I mean, you know, you've got one mistake in here or one fish that could change the outlook of a Rookie of the Year race. We got Brandon Cobb down here trying to win the AOY, and he doesn't even have a limit. He's got 3 fish for 8 pounds. Meanwhile, over here with Welcher, he's not reported at all. So if he has a limit, he may have taken over the AOY at some point in time. Then you got this back up here. Let's go back up here to Alex Redwine. Alex Redwine has got to be in the top 70 in the AOY to requalify. And he's in 69th, you know. And Cody Huff, 41st is probably the classic cut right now.
That's crazy.
I mean, how many little things that all this stuff, I think that ranking over there, that far right ranking is one of the most compelling thing to watch when these next 2 tournaments. Tomorrow especially, and then when we get going next week at St. Lawrence. It'll be crazy how these things play. But there you go. You got your Rookie of the Year, your AOY, your Classics, your requalifications, all these little bitty stories.
It's so crazy that Cobb only has 3, because I saw like a recap video he did last night, and he said he just smashed them. And he caught them so much better yesterday than on day 1. So I don't know. That's very interesting. I figured.
Well, and then the other part of that drama is he reporting all of his catches?
You would think so, being in leading the AOY, but who knows? Who knows? And I mean, I guess we don't know if they have marshals or not, so that's something too.
Yeah, sometimes you're too busy or you're in a flurry, and I didn't have marshal on day 2, so I would do 2 at a time. You know what I mean? I would make sure I could load 2 on Bass Track and move on. But like you said, there's a ton of dynamics going on in the late part of this season like that. You know, Brandon's got his own. I've got my own.
So what is yours, Brandon?
Well,
I gotta go down here and see. Where'd you wind up?
I finished 75th. Coming into this event, I was 16th in AOY, so my goal for the last 2 events was just to come up here, have 2 solid events, and finish in the top 10 in the AOY. That was the goal, and so now
you're in 28th.
I've fallen all the way down to 28th place. So
you fall into 32.
I know, and I had the same goal coming here. If I had 2 big events, you know, I was shooting to get on that top 10. You know, pays a little more in that AOY standings, and you know, it went the other way. I fell 10 spots, so now I've got to be, you know, real cautious at the St. Lawrence. It's another one of those dynamics. I can't fall, you know, I can't fall another 10 spots. So, you know, and the northern events are really dangerous. You know, you can catch them real good, and you know, you can still finish near the bottom. There's no room for error or not making it to weigh-ins. You know, something go haywire. So there's a lot of stress when it comes towards the end of the season like this.
Now you take Josh Douglas. Y'all heard about Josh?
No, but I saw he had a 0, so I assumed something bad happened.
Something bad happened. His hot foot stopped working.
Oh, no.
Basically his gas paddle, and he couldn't get up enough speed to break over the waves that we had on day 1, and he just, you know, and you remember how rough it was. I saw both of y'all out there in that, and I mean, he was way up north and couldn't get back down because he had no way to power
Dang.
Yeah, that's a nightmare.
That's a bummer.
One of those things you just don't want something to happen.
Let's look at him real quick in this deal. So
I mean, Josh is such a good guy too. You know,
yeah, he's
we're
one
all
of the
cheering
best
for
guys.
him.
I mean, it drops him to 91st in the AOY list, and really puts him in danger of not qualifying for 2024. It's a terrible thing. But I mean, you know, a lot of people. But that just kind of illustrates some of the things that you guys have to deal with. You have these things that sometimes you can't control the fact that the wind blew and a wave hit just right to break that just right to where you can't now operate your boat. Or meanwhile, and this is from last year, and I encourage you to go back and read it on Bassmaster.com, but Clifford Perch last tournament of the event last year had a guy that he assumes was trying to kill him drown right there by his boat. And you know, then being the good citizen that he is, he did what he should have done. He tried to save the guy, and read the story. There's too much to go into on a day like today. I don't want to talk about it.
Well, it was him.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I said Clifford Perch. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were telling us to go read the story, and I was like, well, he's right
I'm
here.
telling the viewers to go read the story.
That was traumatizing when Clifford came. I think Koja, he's hooked up. Let's see what he's got on.
He is.
Looks like a decent fish.
His smallest is 3.5. And he just does not take very long to get those fish to the side of the boat and in the boat.
Yeah.
That's a 4-pounder for sure.
Brandon pointed that out, and Chad pointed that out this week. I mean, he manhandles them in because I'm like, well, the Japanese guys, typically they'll go a little lighter and lighter line, but, you know, from what he does, maybe that's not his game.
4-pounder.
4-pounder. So he just gained a half. So he's about at 21. Bass Track standards 21, which means that he's probably a little heavier. I don't know.
So the next time I see Koya, I'm going to ask him the pound test that he's using, because there's no way it's any lighter than 12 pound. Like I'm thinking it's 14 pound. Like he is manhandling these, and he caught one yesterday. I watched last night on the highlight video. It was a 4.5 pounder. He had it in the box in 10 seconds. I mean, it would take me a minute and a half at least to get it in. It's crazy. So he's got some thicker line on there. He's probably just experimented during practice just to see if they were line shy, and maybe the fish in his area weren't with the technique that he's doing. You know, he's doing a lot of that tight lining, shaking that jig head minnow. And, you know, maybe they're just coming up on it so fast that the line size does not matter. I was doing it yesterday with 8 pound, and obviously it looks like he's using heavier lines. So.
I want one of those scales. That looks like the old Deliars, you know? But it's sure, you can sure get it on there quick. You ain't got to turn anything
fast. You
on.
don't have to wait for it to turn on or kick in or reset or anything like that. If you can get it to be close enough, ounce-wise.
Yeah.
And, you know, that kind of goes back to what I was saying with him probably using heavier line. He's a lot more efficient. Like, he can get back on that school of fish and catch the next one, you know, because he's getting them in way faster than everybody else. He's weighing them faster, culling faster. And, you know, that's important because these smallmouth will swim in packs. You know, they'll be 5, 10, 15 swimming through. And if you can get back in there quick and catch a second or third one, you know, that could really change the outcome of the day.
See, this is the first time we really get to watch what's going on. Obviously, we were on the water yesterday, so I'm kind of seeing his technique, and man, this is really taking over with the live technology. It's amazing, but that's the whole deal now.
There goes Coop. Little bumpy out there, not nearly as bumpy as it was on Thursday. Yeah, we were watching Cody Huff and getting to see the whole deal. You know, and that, I mean, the cameraman spent more time on the electronics on the Garmin than he did on Cody until Cody hooked up. I mean, it's the first really time. I saw that some in the Classic watching, we had some of that on Gussie, but I saw that with this and I mean, learned a lot. And even Brandon and John Cox both said, holy cow, you know. You can see a whole school, the whole wolf pack come up off the bottom or come into the screen. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, they're
still got a lot to learn.
They're moving fast. When I saw them, you know, a lot of times they're coming at you, so you're trying to intersect them. It's like a cross between dove hunting and quail hunting. You know, you can see coy out there really moving and kicking around fast, trying to locate them, and you know, a lot of times they're swimming at you. So all of a sudden you've got to gauge how fast they're moving, how fast you've got to fall to get down to the depth they're at, and get it in front of them before they get by. So it's
pretty tricky. That's interesting because I mean, you know, I'm it just now it kind of realize that they are moving targets. They are not a stationary target. Yeah. Not always. Sometimes they are, right?
Yeah.
Under a dock.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. But this deal and at St. Clair, it was the same way. It was like, I mean, they're smoking by, and you got to get it in front of them quick. And, you know, again, you got to judge just how long it's going to take to get to the depth to get it in the range where you're going to get their attention before they get by. And it's a lot like, you know, pass shooting ducks or dove hunting, or it's a whole different aspect of fishing. I mean, it's really changed a lot of things.
It's kind of like throwing a football.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like I've played football my whole life, and, you know, hitting your receiver going down the field, you have to lead them, you know, and every receiver runs a different pace. And that's kind of what we experienced out here on the water. It's interesting. But there are a few of them, Clifford. I don't know if you, in your area that you saw this, some of them will sit still.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, some of them, like you said, will just be swimming so fast it's hard to lead them.
Yeah, I think it was more the groups were swimming, you know, and when I'd get into just two of them or something like that, one or two, you might catch them a little bit more location-oriented. There might have been a clump of grass or a rock that they slowed down by, but when you saw the big group coming, they were smoking.
Oh, yeah.
They were going.
They're in search mode.
Mm-hmm.
Kill.
Yeah, yeah.
You would be shocked at how many perch and alewives these smallmouth spit up when you're fighting them in the boat. I mean, it's unbelievable. I caught one yesterday that was like 3.5, and it spit up, honestly, probably about, this sounds kind of crazy, but probably about 1/2 pound of food. I mean, like, one of the perch was about 5 to 6 inches long. The other one was probably 3 to 4 inches long, and then all the alewives, I mean, it was just wild.
I imagine your boat smells pretty good today.
No, he spit it up in the water when I was trying to scoop him in.
Well, I mean, but that, you know, I hate that.
Oh, I know, because they're at 1/2 pound is huge in this tournament. But that happens to everybody. But it's just it's crazy. These fish eat so much. It's unbelievable.
They eat that much, and then when they regurgitate that way, you should just look at that as chumming.
Yeah,
you know?
Stay in the area.
Stay right there, and somebody's going to come clean that up. So okay. Both of y'all are veterans of this. You've been to Champlain. How much different will the St. Lawrence, I don't know, I'm not talking about Lake Ontario. How much difference will the St. Lawrence River be from a viewer looking at it like right now, or what they're seeing, or what y'all are doing?
I think it's going to tighten the field up a bunch. Now you've got a lot more weather with the lake. When the lake comes into play, it's you can't be effective doing that as well. So you know, that could be a factor at the wind. But I think what we've seen is it just tightens up the field. Everybody has them. You know what I mean? And it's it's just crazy what it's done to the cut weight every time.
As far as what the viewer sees, though, on the actual river itself, we're going to have guys drifting, which
they'll still be scoping, but they'll be drifting.
They're going to be drifting. They're going to turn their scope around. They're either going to scope. They're either going to drift with the trolling motor forward, which is a little bit tricky, or they're going to, basically drift backwards, and they'll turn their scope around occasionally, just trying to get a view. And then there's also going to be shallow fish on that river. There's always fish on that river shallow, and it's surprising how shallow they will get on those sand flats and even some of those rocky flats. So that's what's going to be in play on the river. But I think a lot of the guys, looking at the forecast, especially practice, it's going to be really common practice. So there's going to be a lot of guys go out there to Lake Ontario, put the time in there. Now, it's going to get a little bumpy once the tournament starts, but I would say 75% of the field is going to go to the lake. That's my opinion, just because practice is so nice. Now, we're going to have our hands full with the wind once the tournament rolls around, but I like going to the lake. I'm more comfortable out there. I feel like boat positioning is so much easier out there. When you throw that swift current into the equation on the St. Lawrence, that you have to constantly be positioning your boat, and it's just a whole nother factor. And for me, if I can, if the weather will allow me, I like to take that out of the equation and just go on out to Lake Ontario.
Wow, man.
Yeah, again, a lot of weather questions next week, but you can look at these last couple of events, and there's no doubt this has made. We actually thought this week that the weights might not be quite as good on Champlain. In the group that stayed with us, Chad and Brandon, and we thought the weights might not be quite as good as normal. And Chad has a great history here. He always really catches them, and we kind of knew that we would be wrong, because you're just kind of. If it lives here, that's what gets weighed in. But it really didn't seem like the cut was going to be quite as high this week. But, you put this technology in play and you catch them. Look, I mean, historically fishing for roaming fish, that aren't relating to anything but bait, those fish on that screen right there, they've got to get underneath you. And on his screen, they're out there at 100 to 120 or 130, looks like. And so rather than having to get over the top of them, he's putting his bait in the strike zone, so much more common than normal. It becomes a viable factor. It used to be pretty risky. You got an ant running on you here.
I actually think that was something on the screen there, Clifford. It was it was fooling you, but there is one right there.
There's one, yeah.
There's one at 70 feet.
60, 70, and maybe one at 40 there.
There he is.
Yeah, there he is.
And that's what the smallmouth look like. They always are like kind of an oval shape. You will see certain things out there that's perfectly round, and that's never a smallmouth. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a drum. It's some other species of fish that looks like a smallmouth, but they will not bite. They're perfectly round, but the smallmouth are always that oval shape.
It looks like he panned past Champ there just a second ago. You see about everything
Champy.
down there. Yeah.
Sea monsters and everything. I saw that, and I see that all. He follows me around, I guess.
Those sturgeon were interesting to watch at the last event at St. Clair. That was really interesting to see, and just that big of a fish, how they move. That was, you're looking at dinosaurs on your live. They were really interesting to watch. So you see a lot of things that you really didn't have a lot of knowledge about prior to being able to watch them in action.
That's interesting, because I don't think I ever saw a sturgeon. I think I live scoped a muskie.
Yeah.
But never a sturgeon.
Yeah, there was quite a few
Did you see several of them?
I did. There was one area that just had tons of them.
That's wild.
That green color on the right is his front of his boat, and how it's like where the cone of the scope is in relation to the front of his boat, I guess, right?
Yeah, that's his transducer panning around in the upper right corner of his Lowrance unit right there, yeah.
So he knows what direction that he's, that the camera's facing.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got to clean that screen. Those 4 fish keep hanging out there.
Yeah,
tricking me. But that's a lot what they look like, especially zoomed out that far. And he's way out. I mean, he's got it on 150.
Yeah, he's definitely zoomed out a little farther than most. I was at 135, and I thought that was a pretty good distance, but 150, I mean,
that's way out.
The thing is, when you're on these flats and there's not a whole lot of structure, I could see doing that. It looks like he's on a sand flat there. I've seen a few grass clumps come onto the screen. So, yeah, I mean, it's like when you're on a flat do-nothing bottom, you can zoom way out. Now, when you're in rocky areas and you kind of have to distinguish between a rock on a bottom versus a smallmouth sitting close to the bottom, I would think you'd want to zoom it in a little bit tighter than 150.
Yeah.
It's an interesting deal, though. I mean, it really is. I mean, it makes it. In some respects, it makes it a little bit more fascinating. In other respects, it makes it a little bit more boring, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks that are not big on watching someone do that. When you get into it, there's a lot of aspects of what are going on.
As long as the camera goes over there and shows you the electronics of what he's looking at, then that really helps.
Yeah.
But, and it's the same. I mean, it's not any more fun watching a guy go down the bank and throwing a spinnerbait if he's not catching anything.
Yeah.
Although that you do get to see, scenery.
Yeah, and this is the first time I've watched here this morning, but I mean, have you seen anybody fishing for largemouth? Is there anyone flipping reeds or?
Yeah, Jason Christie was yesterday.
Okay.
So.
Okay, yeah, because I had.
But not today.
I had to resort to that. I was on more of a shallow deal and kind of missed the super deep deal. Really spent more time shallow because historically I've spent time deep here and I've been beat a lot of times on Champlain and they seem to relate more to the grass and shallow cover. So, I zigged when I should have zagged this week and I did I'm a little surprised not to see more largemouth guys playing because the water's high. There's a lot more cover in the water, really draws them in. And the last time we were here, there wasn't that much cover in the water. And some of the largemouth areas where I've caught them in the past didn't play at all. So I thought this would be a better mix, and it threw me off. It really threw several of us off. So it's interesting. There's so many things to learn and to adjust tournament-wise. With the live technology that's going on. And I know a lot of people are probably tired of hearing about that, listeners and viewers.
I'm tired of talking about it.
So I will tell you, if you were to come to Champlain this week, I had one of the most fun practices I've ever had. I found some grass in 7 to 12 feet. If it came up underneath the surface, I was throwing a Rico topwater out there, and it's about the funnest bite you could ever ask for. You can throw it as far as you can, and pop it 2 or 3 times and wait, 3-4 seconds, and they're going to hammer it. And if you're not tournament fishing, it's literally the funnest thing you could be doing up here. And
that's one thing that we need to keep reminding people. You don't have to do that.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of ways to catch fish on this lake.
Yeah, and they're aggressive. That deal kind of went away when the wind came up for me. I really lost, really kind of got messed up on that. But you don't have to catch 4-pounders if you're coming here to fish and have fun. I mean, it's loaded with 3s and 3.5s up there. When a 212 is like battling it's a nice fish.
Yeah, it's a 4-pound largemouth.
Yeah, and I caught a lot of 375, 3 3/4, 3.5, and you know, there's a lot of fun ways to fish here. Flipping reeds is another one. So,
oh yeah,
you know,
it's just a great lake, and there's just amazing that it's such a big lake and everybody's in that one spot. But we're going to stay in this spot for a little while longer, and we hope that you stay with us here on Live Mix, and we'll be back with Brandon Card and Clifford Perch. Stay with us.
One of the most amazing things about this classic is the fishing freaks that showed up here in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Look at that crowd. It is for the fans.
Blast off, there's all the media, the fans, family, you're in that moment.
They new all-time attendance record for the Bassmaster Classic this week in Knoxville, Tennessee.
I think everybody that shows up to the Classic wants to feel a little bit of what we are feeling.
When they open that door and pull you into that Coliseum, the adrenaline rush of that, it's insane.
All the records set here in Knoxville in 2019 have been reset here again.
6 pounds, 13 ounces. Gussie gets it done. And oh, Canada, you have a Bassmaster Classic champion.
Welcome back, Lake Champlain, Elite 8. We're just sitting, you know, it's interesting from my standpoint. We've been looking at all these guys, and we're doing this thing on Live Scope and whatever, and that's been a constant topic today. But the reality of it is when I'm sitting here and I'm listening to Clifford and Brandon talk, you know, these guys have to deal with new technology. They have to deal with new things and new ways and trying to keep up. And one of the things that both of them said or agreed on is that they crushed them on Lake Champlain this week and got their teeth kicked in. And you got to, you know, and the frustrating part of that for a professional angler, coming to a place and thinking, okay, I got this place figured out, and not having it figured out, but still producing weights that would win a lot of tournaments in the past.
Oh,
right?
Yeah. I mean, you know, we both just caught them all day long, but we were just, for some reason, those 4-pounders eluded us this week, and I don't know why. I mean, it was just, I guess I was just in the wrong depth zone for the most part. But yeah, I should have ventured out a little bit deeper. I would go out deeper occasionally in practice, and the fish actually got smaller in a lot of cases. And so, yeah, just kind of scratching my head, you know, how I missed that deal. Because, I mean, I feel like I'm, you know, pretty proficient with the forward-facing sonar deal. And it was just 3-pounder after 3-pounder after 3-pounder. And we all just kept scratching our heads thinking, where's the 4-pounders?
Just sounds terrible. 3-pounders after 3
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, folks just come in recreational fishing. There's a lot of great things. You know, throwing that topwater is just really a fun way to catch them, and lots of nice fish. But this tournament game is such small differences. You know,
yes.
if I'm catching a 3.5 or a 3.75, and they're catching 4s and 4 1/4s. You know, that quarter to half a pound
per fish
is
adds up.
Yeah.
Huge.
I mean, it's just
now, if it's quarter, then you're talking about a 1.25 pound difference, and then on this lake, 1.25 pound. Even here is that Bryant Smith?
Yeah. Ooh, looks really
that's a big one.
Sound like he didn't get a good hook in it, he felt like.
Come on, get it, Davey.
Coming to me. You're coming to me this time. Oh, had you. Let you go. Got you back.
Oh, gosh.
It's a little better.
All right, let's see what we...
It's a little better. Man, you gotta go
I'm gonna say 3 3/4 on that one.
Yeah, it looks thick. I thought he was a little longer.
He's got a 2 3/4 to throw out. So
Let's see what the Rapala scale says.
I mean, not that much, but every ounce counts. I think we need to get rid of skin and bones. The skinny guy. Oh. Number 3. Oh, man.
310. That's a pound upgrade.
A big difference.
It is a big difference. A pound and these smallmouth lakes, and that's what a lot of people don't understand, is a pound in this lake here can be the difference between 10, even 15 places. You can have that many people that tight, and that could be the difference between a classic berth, 10 or 15 points. I mean, the difference, get a check, an AOY title, or a Rookie of the Year title, or a classic berth. Like I said again, I mean, you know, it's just that pound is really interesting. Really, you got to really pay attention. So.
You guys wouldn't happen to be there again, would you? No. Not so lucky this time.
So now he's got to find them again, right?
Yeah, you know, you're hoping that they stayed around close enough to you, but when you got to cull and take that much time, you know, good luck. But occasionally smallmouth really do like to get under your boat. You know, he probably hit his anchor feature, and sometimes they'll just hang there.
What's the little white UFO right there?
Must be some sort of reflection.
Yeah, I think it's a glare.
Okay. Sure it's not Casper.
He's got something way down there in the far right. He just rolled past.
I'm looking in the far left. What, is that Champy or is that a
no, that's like
wolf pack?
That's a wolf
6 or
pack.
7 good ones, yeah.
Wow.
Where's his bait?
I don't know. But you got to assume that it's in there close, right?
I'm hunting for it.
Is that not it, the little dot there? Is that a piece of...
They'll probably give you an idea here pretty quick. They went down. They probably went down.
They're moving. They're on the run.
It's so interesting here. Yesterday I was fishing about that depth, 30, 35 foot of water. And
look at that.
And these little wolf packs, these schools, they would be 10 foot under the surface 1 minute, or sorry, 1 second. And then so you would pick up your jig head minnow and you would try to tight line it over them. And literally like in a blink of an eye, they would be on the bottom. And
I've seen that today. We've seen that. I mean, this is the stuff we've been seeing. It's just fascinating.
And so then I would have to reel that bait in and grab my drop shot, because the drop shot obviously is going to get to the bottom way quicker than that jig head minnow. And it was like trying to figure out which one you wanted to use for each little wolf pack of fish you're fishing for. But you were talking about how tight these weights are here. Another one on the opposite end of the spectrum that was equally as tight was the Sabine River.
Oh yeah,
that one. I did the math on. I caught a fish at the very end of the day on day 2. I barely missed the cut. It was a 2-pound fish.
Oh wow!
That 2-pound fish gained me 20 points, 20 AOI points.
Wow!
If I wouldn't have landed that fish, I would have brought in 4. It would have been 20 AOI points.
And what would that have done for you? I'm not going to look. Where would you be in the AOI now? You're in 28th now.
Yeah, I would probably be Bubble Boy for the Classic currently. So, I mean, that's
how
just
tight it
it's
is.
crazy.
You can see his bait falling there right into him right now.
Yeah, looks like he's dropping.
Looks like one of them
Drop
flamed
shot.
out. Oh, wow.
Woo! We got the tent.
Oh, he
got it.
Did he hook up?
He's hooked up.
Maybe it is hooked up. Let's see. Brian has smallest fish, 3-pounder. He seems like he's wanting to baby it around. Ooh, was that a 3-pounder?
It's hard
Just
to,
came off.
Hard to tell. Oh.
Oh, man.
That one wasn't going to help a lot. So he's probably
Yeah.
not too bummed about that one. So.
Yeah. But there's a lot of jumping off and a lot of shaking off and everything else. But we got to go off and let Davey Hite and Dave Mercer come on and do their show.
Time for the true professionals.
The true professionals.
Yeah.
So
Get
us,
the amateurs
us
off.
amateurs, we gotta go off. But I do hope that you folks will stay with us live mix. And once Dave and Davey are done, we'll have Derek Cudno and John Cruz and potentially some more. So maybe we can get these guys to come back. So stay with us on live mix, and until then, we'll see you.
Live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Welcome into our on-location coverage here in beautiful Plattsburgh, New York for day 3 of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. An on-location update is it has started to blow once again here on this tremendous fishery. And the reason that it's Sunday and it's only day 3 is our event was postponed one day on day number 2. But nothing has slowed down the prince of Japanese angling, Koya Fujita, with 66 pounds and an ounce, trying to chase him down. Cody Huff, Alex Redwine, Justin Atkins, and Jay Shakurit, our reigning Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, is threatening to make a move on our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title. But it's all about what's going on in the water, and I'm joined by Davey Hite, Bassmaster Classic champion, 2-time Angler of the Year, and all things good on earth. Davey, what are you seeing?
So it's really interesting that you mentioned Jay Shakurit because, you know, obviously a great young smallmouth fisherman. We saw him catch over 100 pounds of smallmouth last year at Thousand Islands. Expect good things from him this week and last week. But I talked to him a little this morning on the dock, and he said, this place is really incredible. You see all the good rock formations and you know, like at Lake St. Clair or some of these other smallmouth lakes, if you see like the perfect setup of rocks, you know you're going to catch smallmouth. And he said, I can't catch anything there. All these fish that we're targeting are suspended fish. And like we all know, they're looking at them with forward-facing sonar. It's a very, very different tournament, even though we are here a little later than normal. It's a very different tournament. And it's kind of the haves and have-nots. Either you are in on the inland sea and forward-facing sonar in about a 4-mile stretch, or you got to trip over to Clayton, New York today or tomorrow.
Look at what's going on, Davey. I mean, let's call it out. Jeff Gustafson, Brandon Polinick, Seth Feider. The list goes on and on. Fantasy fishing players must be going absolutely bananas this weekend because they are money when we get to the north. But if you look at it, Polnick weighed in, and this is no shade on him, an incredible angler. His first 20-pound bag in the last 2 tournaments. We've been to Lake St. Clair, and here, that's kind of unheard of.
It is, and you're exactly right. I will take up for Polnick a little bit, though, because he was too nice, and he doesn't want to say negative things and blame it on, they got away. I saw him. He had, I think, a prop issue the first day. It cost him a little bit of time. But then also he didn't even tell me. Somebody that saw it happen other than him, because he didn't want to be the guy that's saying, they all got off. But he lost 4 or 5 fish the first day that would have really, really helped him. But instead of complaining about it on stage, he was nice, as he always is, and says, hey, I got to go get him tomorrow. But a great point. You're 100% right. You see a lot of anglers like Polinick that it's really hard to explain why they are fishing today. Very, very hard to explain.
I'm throwing it out there. I mean, has it gotten to the time that these smallmouth anglers don't have an advantage anymore because forward-facing sonar has literally leveled the field, and not just leveled it, but decimated the field?
Well, it has, and you're right. But, you know, looking here at the way everyone's laid out there, that's the inland sea there on the right half of your screen there. Or I think that's actually the whole area. And you can see that it's kind of a have or have not. If you're not in that upper part of the inland sea, you're on the shore today for the most part.
For the second tournament in a row, we find our anglers grouped up together in this, your Toyota Midday Report. Let's catch you up with everything going on. And a very, very scary guy. Doesn't look scary when you see him in person. Very friendly, but scary with you look at how good he is.
Yeah, and when you think about Jason Curry, just like I just mentioned, everyone to me, and I think everyone, I know you, everyone that I talked to, wow, what he did last year at Thousand Islands, being so young and catching 100 pounds of smallmouth had never been done before, which is absolutely incredible. But you got to give him credit for having such a great year overall this year. When we started down south, he was having good tournaments there also. So he's just not a forward-facing sonar young guy that catches smallmouth. He did really well, even in the Bassmaster Classic this year. Just a great all-around fisherman and a good start for him this morning. The big deal here, and there's always that threshold, so to speak, that you have to catch. And Koya said it yesterday. You've got to weigh in 4+ pound smallmouth here. And I don't really remember that any time at Lake Champlain before. You'd have to have a few 4s, but you could weigh in some 3.5, 3 3/4. That threshold of 4 pounds, you've got to weigh in fish that are above 4 pounds.
Justin Atkins has definitely cracked the code to northern smallmouth. Not just a player this week, but I imagine he will be next week as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's an angler from the south that you say, wow, you know he's good there, but he's really proven in the last few years he's really, really good on these smallmouth lakes. Forward-facing sonar is certainly something that he's been able to really, learn a lot about, and you see him excel with tournaments that he can use that. But I heard an angler this morning talking on the dock about, hey, we've all got it. You just need to learn to get better with it and that sort of thing. And that's a discussion we can certainly have another time. But all of these anglers do have access to the best equipment possible. Some have just really, really taken it to another level and know exactly what they're looking at and have confidence. And I think this is the last tournament, Lake St. Clair, and this tournament, not only Atkins, but a lot of other anglers, they're all in. It's like they never even thought about fishing for largemouth here. They're all in, forward-facing sonar, smallmouth.
From Blue Ash, Ohio, Alex Redwine.
Yeah, Alex Redwine joined the party with his roommate here at St. Clair and at Lake Champlain. Knew that he had the ability, done really well making it to the Bassmaster Elite Series. Second place day 1, second place day 2, currently unofficially right now in 3rd place. So, let's not give the trophy to Koya quite yet, because Alex has really been the most consistent so far.
One of the coolest things this morning on the dock. I mean, I don't know what was going on. Number one, the anglers showed up like at 6:30. There was not a boat on the dock. Everybody showed up late. So maybe up last night watching the Sugar Show, big UFC fight last night. I don't know. But one of the coolest things this morning, I look down the dock and I see Rick Clun walking down the dock. Rick Clun walking down the dock to say hello to one person, and that person lives in the exact same town as him, and that's him right there, Cody Huff.
Yep.
Just to see that, so cool.
You and I are, when I'm on site, I'm on the dock every morning. Obviously, you're on the dock every single morning doing takeoff, but I noticed that this morning also. I was like, wow, what's Rick Clun doing? Because he, if he doesn't make the cut, you never see him walking the dock in the morning. So must have a real, and we sort of knew this. We've heard Rick Clun talk about what a great angler Cody Huff is. But obviously with him showing up there on the dock to wish him well this morning showed that Rick Clun is certainly a big fan of Cody Huff. Yes. And who isn't? I mean, he's a super nice guy. I've enjoyed talking with him the last few years. A very, very nice guy. Very well-rounded, versatile fisherman. He's not a guy that just catches smallmouth bass with forward-facing sonar. He catches fish all over the country.
You know what time it is, Davey? It's time to show reverence to the prince of Japanese angling, Hoya Fujita.
Well, I have seen this year how incredible he is with forward-facing sonar. And we knew that he would be a force to be dealt with when we came up north, because he used it at Lake Seminole, he used it at Lake Okeechobee. But there were a few. We even saw Lake Okeechobee one with forward-facing sonar. I think there were 2 people using their forward-facing sonar at Lake Okeechobee. Koya was one, and obviously the winner used forward-facing sonar, Tyler Rivette. But at Lake Murray, Koya was the only angler that I saw when I was on the water most of the day, every day there at Lake Murray, my home lake. Absolutely incredible how good he is with this, and just like you mentioned before we came on set, he's going to be a force next week. But Cody Huff and Jay Secure, there's a lot of guys that hey, the Cowboy, he beat him with it last event, so tournament's not quite over, but boy, I wouldn't bet against Koya Fujita this week or next week.
And the best, I got to say, somebody worked this out statistically. I'm just throwing it out there. But from my knowledge, the greatest rookie class in Elite Series history. 3 titles. Bryant Smith threatening to make his second top 10. You go through that list, there's literally 2 or 3 of the 11 rookies that haven't made a top 10.
Yeah, and we've both been around this sport. Oh, boy, this is a big one here for Brian. We've both been around this sport for a long time, and that's unprecedented. It really is to have this many rookies. And everyone's talking about how good the rookie class will be next year because of the 9 tournaments, the EQ qualifiers, and all that sort of thing. But, boy, it's going to have to be incredible to be better than this group. Smallest fish for Bryant so far, a 3-pounder, and I just saw that fish jump. This is certainly bigger than a 3-pounder.
Brian Smith came into this season highly talked about, a lot of hype around him, a very versatile West Coast angler. And we're seeing that. I mean, this season.
We definitely are, especially the second half of the season. I think I mentioned a little bit yesterday about just what you said. You heard a lot of talk, and kind of in the beginning, the first few tournaments, it's like, oh, he's getting his feet under him, and he certainly has done that.
Totally forgot to reset my drag after that last one. That looks like it's a 4-pounder. That's gonna help. That was just one of those isolated ones on the top. No school, no nothing, reeled that little baby Z2. Right over his head, he started chasing it, and then he had it. Aww. 3 3/4. Gladly take it though.
Still a good help for Brian Smith there, 3 3/4. The 12-ounce upgrade. 12 ounces goes a long way in this event. The weights are certainly tight. 2 pounds. I was looking at the leaderboard yesterday right at the end of the weigh-in, and boy, 2 pounds over 2 days was, yeah, a big deal here at this event.
Oh, yeah. While Brian Smith calls, hook up with Patrick Walters.
Patrick, one of the few anglers we've seen catch quite a few of his fish on a jerk bait. Most anglers using soft plastics, whether it's a jig head or a drop shot.
Ooh, look at the one that was trying to eat it out of his mouth. Golly.
Boy, he put in the time to figure out smallmouth. He really did, and it is paying off for him.
Absolutely is. And you look at his resume since he's been on the elites. He's top 10 AOI every year, with a little struggle when we came north. So now that he's got that together, yeah,
look out.
He's one of those anglers he's going to win an AOI and or Classic, maybe multiple. He's still so young.
Yeah, when you look at his resume, it's hard to realize how short his career has been. Yeah. 4 wins, that's. You look at some incredible careers.
Yeah.
That don't have 4 wins.
Half the wins, yeah, don't have half the wins.
Headshotting it now.
He's catching them in a way that we know he is very, very good at.
He definitely is, and with the sun out today, I really thought we'd see even more fish, because the bait comes up to the surface more with the sun shining most of the time. With that, I thought we'd see more fish closer to the surface, which a lot of the reason these guys aren't using jerk baits, those fish are deeper than you can get a jerk bait to go for the most part. But I expected to see Patrick really excel this afternoon with the sun coming out more and more.
You see your TH Marine Championship Monday weather watch, a high of 72 degrees, low of 58. Some showers in the morning, a north wind, 5 to 10.
Oh, that's a perfect fishing day here on Lake Champlain.
And everybody's got permission. Take the day off work. If you're back in school, take the day off school.
I think
summer. Summer break. What better thing than Championship Monday?
I think a lot of our viewers will join us whether they take the day off or not. What's wrong with getting a little peek of Bassmaster Live while you're at work? Surely your boss will not mind.
The Prince of Japanese Angling once again booked up.
So like we talked about earlier, all of these anglers have forward-facing sonar if they want it. I think maybe David Fritz doesn't even have it on his boat. He did the other day, but I think it fell off.
John Cox does not.
Okay, so John Cox.
Actually gave it away this week.
Wow.
Matt Airy forgot his graphs at home, and John Cox had one in the back seat. He said, I'm not using it. Here you go.
Yeah, but keep in mind, Matt Airy's fishing today, and John Cox is not.
Great point.
I love John Cox. I don't mean that in a bad way, but you gave your forward-facing sonar away, and he's just a nice guy. But you have to really start saying, so why is Koya catching more fish? Because there's a lot of boats around him. And sure, part of our top 10's around him, but there's also some boats around him that didn't do very well at all in this event. So you have to start looking at what he's doing. And that fish he just caught there, when he set the hook, that fish jumped
I don't think it's that big.
60, 70 feet away from his boat. Yeah. He's making longer casts to those fish than most of these anglers.
He's also 100% committed to that.
Sure.
It's a time in the sport where you've got pros straddling.
Just been chasing for
like
a while.
they got 1 foot on the boat and 1 foot of the dock, and it's pulling away, and everybody knows how that ends.
So if you were, you've tournament fished your whole life. If you were on the Bassmaster Elite Series right now, would you be all in with forward-facing sonar?
I don't think so.
Nobody wants to hear my opinion on that, Davey. No, they'd rather hear yours, but
not your opinion, but what you would feel like you had to do as an elite angler.
You have to.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, with the current rules, the way it is, you have to. You don't have a choice. I mean, you're seeing that. I honestly think if you look at, I don't know that there's anything that's ever affected our sport to this level. When you think of the entire, look at the entire. I don't think it's a mistake that it's one of the greatest rookie classes ever. It coincides together. I think you look at, and if you're kind of like this tournament, for example, this is the most versatile fishery that we ever go to. You can win largemouth, you can win smallmouth. We've heard that the largemouth were on fire. John Cox said he was catching 100 a day in pre-fish.
Wow.
But anglers didn't do it because they went out to do it. But the smallmouth weighed more that they could.
Yep.
Chase.
We need to continue this when we come back from break because it's very interesting discussion. I can tell you're passionate about it, too.
Dude, you're going to get me in trouble. Stop it. Stop it, Davey Hite. Nobody wants to know my opinion about anything, but I can't wait to ask your opinion on a few things when we get back from the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, atop the leaderboard with 66 pounds and an ounce. Can anybody topple Mount Fujita? Koya Fujita leading once again on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yeah! No way!
You're watching live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain from Plattsburgh, New York.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage here in beautiful Plattsburgh, New York, Lake Champlain for day number 3, a very rare semifinal Sunday. We'll have a championship Monday tomorrow with only our top 10 anglers. Got to figure out who those top 10 are. But let's have a look at our rookie class that we've talked about a lot today, our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch. And Joey Cifuentes is in the very top, but Koya Fujita not too far behind him. How is it possible that Joey Cifuentes won 2 Elite Series events and he has a chance of not winning Rookie of the Year?
Yeah, that just shows you how incredible the class is, like we talked about, but especially Koya and Joey. Because Koya has not won an event yet. I wouldn't bet against him here tomorrow, but he's had, 2 seconds and a third? Or so, he's
2
had
seconds? 2 top 5s. 2 top 5s.
Two top
He's
fives
been in the
and
top 10 3 times.
Okay.
And both of them, and all of them have been top 5s.
Yeah, that's incredible for a rookie.
And what's he good at?
Motor down,
holding his hand on his hip and his rod in the water.
All hooked up so I can actually view the active target 2 transducer on my back graph, and you can cover a lot more water on the big motor than with the trolling motor. I was just doing this in practice to find areas with a lot of bait and a few fish in them. Now that I've kind of exhausted what I've been fishing, I'm trying to find some new stuff, and this is going to be the quickest way to do that. Let's see if we can't see a couple out here. I just did it 10 minutes ago. Just idled around, saw a couple, stood up on the front deck, caught them. So if we can do that with some big ones, we will be looking good. They just need to pop
Good
up
stuff
on the
there
screen.
from Brian Smith.
All we're waiting for.
This is how anglers spend their official practice now. Quite a few of them on these lakes. I haven't talked about it a whole lot because the anglers that I've talked to that really told me the juice, Koya hasn't been one of them yet, but I'm working on that. That's how they go. They look with forward facing, other than on their trolling motor, where there's, on the jack plate or somewhere else, and they can idle and this is what he just did. This would be great to watch. Right, he was idling, looking at water that he had no idea if there were any fish on, and it's out in the abyss, so to speak. It might be 20 feet, it might be 50 or 60 feet deep. We might get a look here.
55
feet deep.
Yeah.
So
we good
to idle around and stop on 55 feet of water.
Been pretty slow the last little while. Still seeing a lot of fish. They're just getting hard to bite. But I mean, they've had a lot of pressure today. Caught them early. Seemed like every time we set the hook, it was a big one. So we really don't have to stress about it. I don't know that it's going to be enough to keep us in the hunt to maybe win, but at least make sure we go and fishing tomorrow. Thought that one was going to get it. And can't win if you're not at least fishing on championship day. So that's one good thing. Just got to get them back. It's going to be a little rough. But I don't know. I mean, it went as good as I could have scripted it, basically. I don't have any complaints at all. I would just love to catch maybe one more 4.5 pounder before we got to go.
Good to see Jess having a good tournament here.
Yeah.
Didn't start out the season exactly like he wanted. Needed a good, the way I looked at the standings and that sort of thing, it looked like he needed one of these two last tournaments have a good event. He's certainly already got that under his belt. If he just gets back to the dock, which I'm sure he will, and brings this fish to you up on the stage. Good to see that.
And they're going to start coming up. Any second now. Please make it look like I know what I'm talking about, fish. There they go.
So 55 is the scale. Those fish
So we
are
got
35,
4
36
fish.
feet deep or so?
3 or 4 fish. They're about 80 feet out right now. They're going up to this ball of bait. Oh, I should have been in that ball of bait. They're going to push that ball of bait to the surface. And my little guy, oh, he had it. Gosh dang it. That was perfect. He didn't eat it.
So ironically,
so
our
much of
anglers
that
have
today.
become exactly what they're chasing.
It's the second time.
A bait ball?
Well, they're just chasing bait balls and busting it like they're like a pack of orcas.
Yeah.
They all.
So did you call our anglers bait balls or orcas? I just want to be official for the
They are
record.
not personally that. They're
If you can time it right to where your bait falls through that ball of bait as they're coming up to it, it is almost automatic. So they're still out there. Let's see if we can take an air and throw on them. They're moving so fast though. They're going to go back down to the bottom. Make sure it's still there, I guess. Okay, they're on the bottom. They're really hard to see.
I totally agree with what you're saying, and I was joking. But I've always been a bait ball chaser, for the most part. As a fisherman, that's what you do is chase bait. But we've just never been able to chase bait that's over 50, 60 feet of water, 30 feet of water that will be 10 feet deep. Yeah, when you run over them or even with your 360, you could, but to idle along at a pretty quick speed and to see everything above and below the surface and all directions around your boat
One sees it, he's going to break
with
off.
so many
Hopefully-
different type units. It's incredible.
But it's different than that, Davey, because here's the big difference. You did that around structure.
Yes.
Your entire career.
Yep.
Every great historical Bassmaster moment that we all love happened because of the edge, because of, I mean, in these same fish that they're catching, structure doesn't matter anymore. They're literally just chasing them where they go. I mean, to simplify it, it seems like these last two tournaments, if the area you're fishing is a shoal, where you would sit off that shoal and cast at that shoal, and you would catch a few bass, and you might have to wait for a few more to move up. They're not waiting anymore.
Yep.
They don't wait, and maybe the fish don't even get a chance to go to said shoal because they're intercepted by the armada of anglers. It's so different.
It is so different. And here's one thing that I've thought about, and honestly, and I'm just saying what I've observed. Before I started fishing the Bassmaster Tournament Trail many, many years ago, when I saw Denny Brower flip a jig or pitch under a dock, the moment you saw it, it was wow. You see the talent. Okay? You agree?
100%.
And I'm not saying I'm Denny Brower by any means, but I've had people in the boat with me for the first time, and they go, wow, just your very first cast. So there's a wow factor. There's something that Koya, the Cowboy, Joey, they've got a wow factor with this forward-facing sonar. But it's hard for us to just see it. You understand what I'm saying? So what separates him from the other 101 guys? It's hard to see that. And it was easy to see it when you saw the talent of a great angler casting a crankbait 80 yards. And you're in a boat with him and you can only cast 30 yards. It's hard to see that wow factor now. And I have a hard time seeing it. But there's Patrick Walters, prime example.
Oh, there's definitely an art and a skill and all. And nobody's going to argue that.
He might call.
It's not automatic. I mean, but I think that we're seeing a time where the anglers that are 100% committed to that and only that, they don't. I mean, you get to a fishery where it works, and nothing else is almost competitive.
So I've never seen Koya pitch or flip on her dock. Have you?
No.
Probably not.
No.
So I would be real curious if he ever does that to see you think he's good at it?
If the battery goes dead in his boat, does the wow go away?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'd be real curious, honestly, if he has that in his arsenal.
Says it's the same weight.
I believe he does.
Do you?
You remember which one was my small one just now?
I would never speak ill of the prince.
No, I'm not speaking ill, but maybe maybe he just says, hey, you're wasting your time doing that. I'm doing the right thing, so I'm all in on it.
Maybe, yeah. Do you want me to ask him that on stage today?
Please. Ask him if he and Denny Brower were in a flipping contest, who would win?
You think he knows it? He has to know who Denny Brower is. Everyone knows who Denny Brower is.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know what I'm saying. He's so young, he can't be just the prince at everything. Can he? I mean, I'm going to be really disappointed, to be honest with you, if he's the prince at flipping, too.
We've only
gonna be
seen.
Yeah.
Speaking of Denny Brower, how's that for timing? What a bunch of pros we are. Or at least the guys
they are in the truck.
Yes. Bassmaster Trivia, Denny Brower, how old was he in 2006 when he won right here? A, 54, B, 56, C, 57, or D, 59?
I was here, actually, one of our fans here yesterday came up and said, I was here in 06 when Denny Brower won, and you were here too. Yeah, I didn't win, but I was here. So I was here, but I don't know. I think it's 56 or 57. I'm going B, 56.
I'll go C, 57, just because, I think I know a lot of statistics about bass fishing, but other anglers' ages are my expertise, as you see right there. C57, the oldest elite winner at the time. Brower won again in 2011 at the age of 62, and that was on the Arkansas River.
I just want to say this out loud while we're on set. I know you enjoyed Zona being here when I was in studio, but he would never set you up like I just set you up for that. I said it's B or C, and I'll take B. Your pick, Dave.
I told you I've spent a lot of time studying the age of anglers. 24-year-old Jay Securet, our reigning Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. And he is the youngest. Ironically, how did we get this smooth segue from the oldest to ever win to the youngest to ever win an Elite Series event?
That's incredible. That's incredible. We know some guys in the truck, I guess.
Now, of course, Rick Clunn went on to break that record twice.
He did.
Unbelievable. Rick Clunn celebrated just a month and a half ago or so his 77th birthday. It's unbelievable. When you just say that to yourself, 77 years old, out here competing, got up to encourage Cody Huff this morning. I can't wait till next season, his 50th season of competition.
That's what I was going to mention. How many anglers that weren't fishing today slept in that are much younger than 77? And he got up to wish someone good luck. But that'd be because as you get older, and I'm older than you, I know this, you can't sleep. So you might as well come out to the dock and say good luck to your best bud that is fishing the next day.
Oh, Davey. Rick Clunn never sleeps. He only rests.
On that
That's
damn
right.
school.
Probably so. I
Oops,
know probably
wasn't
some
supposed
of
to say
our
that.
fans, viewers, get tired of hearing this. But I spent a few minutes
Right now.
talking to Jay Secure this morning on dock. Such a nice guy.
We finally found
Such a nice
school.
guy.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Well, it's easy to be nice when you're just always catching them.
Sure.
I mean,
I was only grumpy when I didn't catch it. It was a lot of time, a lot of my career.
well, Jay Securet, our reigning Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, but he's got a job to chase down Koya Fujita, an Elite Series rookie, and it looks like he's made his 4th top 10 of 2023. But trying to chase him down, Strike King College Bass champion Cody Huff. Second-year Elite Series angler Alex Redwine, followed by Atkins, Securet, Smith, Felix, Fouts, Walters, and Cifuentes. Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite.
Yes! No way!
You're watching live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain from Plattsburgh, New York.
Welcome into our on-location coverage here in beautiful Plattsburgh, New York. Day number 3, a very rare semifinal Sunday. Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. I've only said it 337 times this week. You would think I'd be a little smoother at it. But the water, unfortunately, is not quite as smooth as we're seeing in this shot. But one thing that has been smooth, literally all season long, is Elite Series rookie Koya Fujita. And man, that is your marathon peak performance, the prince of peak performance.
Yeah, that is awesome, Dave Mercer. Marathon peak performance, day 1, Koya Fujita, 21 pounds, 5 ounces. Day 2 is where he really, I guess that's the biggest stringer or smallmouth ever weighed in a Bassmaster event here on Lake Champlain. I think that's right, 23-14.
Really?
I do think so. I'm sure our friends back at Little Rock, correct me if I'm wrong, but day 3 so far, 20 pounds, 14 ounces. The cool thing, I say cool, might not be cool to the rest of the field, but listening to Koya yesterday afternoon a little bit and talking to him, he was done fishing, basically. He went looking for other areas, but done with that 23-14 at about 11:30 yesterday. And that's why Koya Fujita is the prince of peak performance so far at Lake Champlain.
Koya Fujita, you know, we've talked a lot about how relaxed and calm people like Jay Securet are. Koya does not get raveled about anything. Literally, I left a little late I left a little late this morning. I was up last night watching that UFC fight. So I'm like rushing out of the hotel, and all I have to do is pick up a microphone and walk down the dock. I don't have to launch a boat, don't have to do any of that stuff. He hadn't left the hotel yet.
Really?
I mean, he shows up right before takeoff. He's not here for tomfoolery and games. The prince is here to take the trophy.
He is. But one thing I've noticed, he was probably spending a little extra time making sure his hair looked just perfect, because
Always
he
on.
is a perfectionist about his appearance. You look at his boat, the only time I've seen him kind of like he got a little frustrated when somebody stepped in his boat and had dirty feet and got mud on his carpet, that sort of thing. You can tell he's very, very particular and attention to detail kind of guy.
Who dare step in his boat with dirty feet?
I just heard it from a friend. I was trying to get a picture of the baits for Zona. I mean, a friend was trying to get a picture of the baits.
2-box Koya Fujita, obviously very proficient in forward-facing sonar, and Patrick Walters, one of the guys who definitely put that on the map, and he's fishing that exact same way today.
He really is. Patrick Walters, like I mentioned earlier, here he is hooked up. One of the few anglers that we see fishing a jerk bait. A lot of these fish are suspended over deep water, but a lot of them are down 15 plus feet, some of them 20, 25 feet deep, which is really tough to get to with a jerk bait. But Patrick Walters really just targeting a different part of the water column than a lot of these guys, 10 feet and less. And with the sun today, it really should kind of play into his hands this afternoon. The bait balls should be closer to the surface, I guess I should say. Patrick's smallest fish you see there, about 3 pounds 4 ounces. And if you watch Patrick Walters in his young career, that means that smallest fish is probably 3 pounds 14 ounces.
Oh, he's barely hooked.
But that's okay too, it's all relative.
Rooms with our current leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, and I told you yesterday, Cobb said Patrick is great at free fishing, really figures out lakes really quick, but he's a horrible roommate because he lies. He says he never tells the truth. Which probably
I don't think
makes
he can help that. I think that's part of his competitive nature and his just kind of what he feels like maybe gives him the edge.
It doesn't have to be much.
I mentioned yesterday that
I got a little one in there.
Brandon Cobb, Patrick, and I went on a friendly fishing trip. And we practiced one day and had a little friendly competition the next day. We had supper the night before the day of competition. Everything that Patrick told us, he did the exact opposite the next day. I can tell you that. There's 3 of us, no money involved. Guess who won the tournament?
Good. Patrick?
Yes.
Got it with the beam.
Only by a little, though.
So does that make him a liar or just a really good professional angler?
Pretty sure White was next.
Can you be both? That's a stupid question.
I think what Brandon Cobb may refer to as lying, Patrick Walters may say, is just selective information. Hooked up right now, Alex Redwine.
Ooh. Jumped off. So if the opponent in any other sport asks you a question, do those other people in those other sports tell the truth?
No, they lie.
Right. So
same thing.
Everybody knows you're a Chiefs fan.
Yeah.
If somebody on the opposing team asked Patrick Mahomes, so what are you going to run the first play? You think he would tell them the truth?
No, but this is
so if you
pro
ask an angler,
fishing.
what are you
we
fishing?
act like people are different and they have these little, they don't room together. And
Skinny.
It's true, though. It's totally true.
Very skinny.
Ooh.
This is almost like the same one I caught earlier. Look how skinny. This is not. There's got to be a fat one in that school. But I don't think it'll do nothing. It can't. There's no way.
So that looks like a typical Lake Champlain smallmouth. And I know we're here a little later and they feed up and they put on that weight. But I've been here this time of year before. those fish that you saw come across the scales yesterday, just across the board, looked bigger than they have in the past. The time of year's got something to do with it, but I've been here this time of the year before. It just looked to me that like they
So
had a different build.
Fish bigger now, or have the anglers, because of technology, become more proficient at?
Great question.
I mean, to get the weights up for the entire field, it's literally as simple as one more bite.
Yep.
And clearly, bites are not a problem, as what we've seen on Bass Live.
That's a great question. I think both, but I think the forward-facing sonar is probably 75% the reason, but I do think these fish have gotten a little bigger for what, and they say the gobies aren't here. I haven't seen any gobies here. And you know how, even if you don't see them, if you're fishing a drop shot or some kind of soft plastic, you feel them biting your baits. And I have no reason to say that, yeah, they're here. But for some reason, I think the fish have gotten a little better also. But the technology is certainly a big part of it.
The simple fact that gobies aren't here, maybe I'm naive, but does that not prove that gobies don't move around in bass boats? They only move around in the ballast of ships?
Oh, I've asked myself 100 times, how are they not here? Yeah.
Because drain, wash, dry, there's people that don't. You should always.
Yeah.
But you can't tell me, like, we're literally an hour and 45 minutes from the St. Lawrence River where we're going to be next week. The same boats launch here all the time.
Yep.
Justin Atkins hooked up.
No, I agree with you totally. That's why it's hard for me to understand how they are not here, but I've not seen one.
This has
or
been
any
a
signs of
hard-hitting
it.
segment for us. We've really dug deep into some topics.
In a friendly kind of way, though, haven't we?
It's just been so long since I've weighed one.
It's going to be a good, it's close. Smallest fish, 3.8 for Justin. I don't know if this is going to help. If it does, it's just going to help him a little bit, but a few ounces go a long way. I'd say only ounces separate 10th and 11th place who's fishing tomorrow. So could be a big call if it helps him.
Yes.
So many close. You look at the scores. I mean, and once again, actually unique little thing, and it happens a lot. Both the Johnstons were in a two-way tie, the exact same weight going out today.
I noticed them leaving this morning together. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Saw that one at the boat.
Lead Series rookie Brian Smith hooked up.
He's about to hit the boat. Interesting technique, fish. Ramming the boat. I don't think he's going to help. Oh.
I mentioned about Brandon Polley losing a few fish, not really talking about on stage. Brandon Cobb lost 2 fish yesterday that really
jump on the other side.
hurt his overall weight. He had a great day, but gosh, losing a 5-pounder here and weighing in a 4 even is when you're battling for Angler of the Year, it gives you heartburn in a big, big way, but it happens to everyone.
Huh?
Today, a critical day for that Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. Yes. Welcher and Cobb, what they leave here with.
And last I looked, Welcher had made up some ground, right?
Yeah. You're not one of the ones that goes and checks the bottom, are you?
We all want that as fans of the sport, to see that tight race. I'm sure Brandon Cobb
with my eyes.
Would like to see him expand his lead. Yeah. Not going to help Brian Smith right there.
That one's not going to help him, as you say, and we can. Is that are all our boats together there? No. What we got coming up this afternoon at 3 o'clock? We can guess on what's going to happen on the Angler of the Year race.
The prince of all MCs and the prince of Japan, right there and together.
Wow. I don't know if I am of royal descent like the young prince, but what he is atop our leaderboard, and the question is, can anybody topple Mount Fujita? He is sitting comfortably in the Yeti hot seat. Davey Hite, who's his biggest threat?
We'll talk about it when we come back.
We're not going to be back.
Yes! No way!
You're watching live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain from Plattsburgh, New York.
For the first 25 guys away from the dock this morning, there's a couple of hours left of fishing here at the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. This is day number 3. If you're just picking up with us, you know that we were delayed. So we got our 50 out there fishing today, but only 10 will make it to the weigh-in coming up at 3 p.m. today. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders with Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukon, and of course Mark Zona. And Z, we look at our standings now, and we think about all the scenarios that could change and create drama tomorrow. One of those things that we count on is people running out of fish. This person or that person. That you've already laid out the law for that. That's not real likely to happen to any of these guys, right?
No, I don't think that's good. I don't think they're going to run out of fish anytime soon. And really, you can't say no. I thought it was really cool commentary from Dave and Davey about forward-facing sonar and where it's at. I'd love to jump in on that the next hour and 45 minutes. But as far as this tournament goes, I think the biggest change that you're going to see tomorrow is some of these guys are going to get affected in some way, shape, or form when that wind switches to the north from the south and pushes against the traditional current on this lake and backs that water up, softens that current flow up a bit. There's going to be some guys in your top 10 they're going to have to relocate their schools, but it appears that at least the guys in the top 10, Tommy, they're pretty apt at doing that very quickly in the inland seas. But seriously, I do want to jump in to tag on to what Dave and Davey were talking about for the next hour and 45, because it has become a little monotonous in this event with forward-facing sonar.
No, it has certainly been right in our face the whole time without any possible let-up. So we do need to talk about it more. What do you want to talk about right now, Ronnie?
Well, I think that there's some work to be done the last 2 hours of fishing today. When we look at the top 10, normally at Lake Champlain, everyone in the top 10 is in contention to win the event. You know, maybe 3 pounds back, normally 1st to 10th going into the final day. With the weights being so much higher for the top 5 than normal here going after 3 days, 6th through 10th are really going to have to catch up. You see the 18 to 20 pound bags, they're going to have to catch 21 to maybe 22.5 pounds today to stay within range. Right now, the top 6 are within 3 pounds. Everyone else is going to be 5 pounds plus back. If they want a shot to contend, you need to have a big day today, because otherwise you may be too far back tomorrow.
Okay, and Such, we have 2 very important points races going on. Neither one of them is resolved yet.
Let's talk AOY. Brandon Cobb has lost 10 spots. So everybody else is coming in. We don't have any Bass Track on Welcher, but Drew Cook has gained a couple spots. So it could really get closer when we head to St. Lawrence if Welcher hasn't caught a bunch. Welcher could leave with the lead. He could have another day like yesterday.
Absolutely.
And top Cobb.
Plot thickens with regards to those 2 very important races. Let's get out on the lake right now, as we say, with now less than a couple hours to fish for our first flighters. See what transpires.
I think the biggest goal for some of these guys in that AOI race is hoping if Brandon Cobb makes the top 50 cut that he finishes 40th or so if they make a top 10 like Shakir and Walters are. If you want to make up 30 points, that's the only way you're really going to do it, is you have to get a top 10 and hope he's in the bottom portion of the top 50.
And this guy right here, Matt Robertson, just knocked Joey Cifuentes out of the top 10. So we could get a little closer there with Vegeta leading, gaining 10 points on him this week. You started 25 down.
Please be a big one. Please.
Yeah,
it's
really.
Been hours.
Matt Robertson has won the tournament in the New York side of Lake Champlain. Really the only angler in our top 10.
I ain't hooked one in so long.
Coming into today, fishing the New York side, everybody else in the inland sea.
Robertson's last fish.
Don't jump.
All top 10 have 60 pounds now, have topped the 60-pound mark. We had 14 over 40 yesterday.
Don't jump. Oh, don't do that. Looks like a good one. That's a big one. Maybe not. Probably 3.5. What do you want to bet? Do you know how long that took? Oh my gosh. I was beginning to wonder if I even knew how to fish. Jeez, well, please, come on, way forward. It looks like it could go forward, don't it? Let's just hope. Watch it be 357. Four and a quarter. Not boring. Thank you, finally. Hours. Oh. Jeez Louise, do you know? I just filled the boat up with water, just in case you're wondering. There's my bilge and my pump out. I mean, oh yeah, I can cover something more water. So let's just see what we got. 39, 38, 3010.
Matt Robertson seems to have a little bit of an irritated side to him today. He's making it work for him.
A little bit.
He's making it work for him. He's absolutely doing a great job. Gotten himself in the top 10 and out and back in again. But now time, Z, for our Yamaha midday report, starting with Justin Atkins.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Fishing a 1/4 ounce underspin with a Berkeley flatworm, doing most of his damage throughout this tournament. Doing something a little bit different, too. Really concentrating on a lot of the weed lines, the deep weed lines out on the islands in the inland sea, where these fish could compress bait up against the wall of grass. And one of the things that Justin Atkins said, the deeper the contours that cut into the weed lines of the island that he's on right there, 25 to 40 feet of water, the tighter, the deeper it was against that grass. That's where Justin Atkins has done most of his damage throughout this tournament so far.
Justin Atkins, we look at this as sort of a return to form this year for Justin Atkins. And of course, he's still trying to fish his way into qualifying for the Classic. If he can make the top 10 here and do like he has performed, as well as he's performed at some years on the St. Lawrence, he might could just pull that off. Now we go to Jay Shakurat.
Yeah, Jay Shakurat definitely been a big player the last couple weeks. Jay Shakurat concentrating also in the inland sea, fishing from about 30 feet of water all the way out to 45 or 50 feet. Mostly all suspended fish with a baby Z2, color the deal and blue glimmer throughout this tournament, trying to match the primary forage. A lot of these offshore smallies are chasing suspended. The little alewife between 1 and 2 inches long, yet another flawless smallmouth event for the Wisconsin angler.
Jay Shakurat with 22-11 on day number 1, fell down to 21-1 on day number 2. Shakurat still have plenty of time to make one more upgrade before it's all said and done on this day for our Rookie of the Year from 2022.
Damn school.
Solid as well through the first 2 days is Alex Redwine, second place on both of those days.
Yeah, and really watching Alex Redwine fish in the same starting area as your unofficial leader, Koya Fujita. Little area between the islands there, concentrating from really 30 all the way out to 50 feet of water. Found the fishing out here throughout practice very, very solid. He said he just feels like they have gotten tougher as the tournament's gone along. Looked like a little bit of spy bait action earlier today on FS1, but the majority of his damage, jig head minnow with a Berkeley gulp minnow. And really kind of just seems that it's taken all day yesterday and today for Alex Redwine, but already sitting on a good limit, sitting at 19 pounds and 5 ounces.
Alex Redwine having his best tournament so far in his Bassmaster Elite Series career. Now to Cody Huff, having his best tournament of the year so far here in 2022, his second year on the Elite Series.
And Cody Huff starting a little bit slower today, like Alex Redwine, getting a lot of bites, though, later in the morning. The one difference in throwing a VMC jig head a little bit heavier than a lot of your other competitors, all the way up to a 1/2 ounce. But the main thing has been his soft plastic, throwing a 5-inch soft plastic jerk bait through out this tournament, just trying to up the size of his soft plastic.
Number 5.
Trying to up the quality that he's put in the live well, but definitely been a show in Cody Huff's boat this week with his cameraman, Jake Latondras, getting some great images of all these wolf packs chasing alewife.
1 pound, 11 ounces unofficially behind this man right here, Koya Fujita. Put on a show here. It's been absolutely almost just near flawless what he's been able to pull off over 2.5 days here.
Yeah, I listened to Dave and Davey talking about Koya Fujita. He is going to be a big headache on the Elite Series. Well, seeing his age, probably for the next 30 or 40 years, we'll be long gone by then, Tommy Sanders.
Oh, boy.
And watching, really watching his demeanor. Dave and Davey talked about this. Very, very calm, controls the situation around him, and we have seen him expand his area later yesterday, yet again today.
Fujita with 21.5 on day 1, up the ante to 23.14 on day number 2. So that's your leader right now. He's not able to run away and hide just yet, but certainly has laid the groundwork for a big assault on the championship tomorrow. So he is looking good for today. We'll get out to Koya Fujita right now.
And really listening to Dave and Davey talking about forward-facing sonar, obviously this tournament has catered to fishing that style. So many fish suspended on balls of bait. And it's weird, Tommy. I've never seen anything that causes quite the reaction that you get from forward-facing sonar. I think some of the positives are we have learned how fish out deep, and don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people that live with forward-facing sonar shallow, but we've learned so much with it. And, you know, those are the positives, is learning how a bass's behavior is for the different lakes that we go to. Some of the negatives, though, I think,
yes,
looking at a good one right there from Fujita, looks like it actually might cull.
Yeah, 4.5. Yes.
It looks like that's going to be a 1 pound upgrade for Koya Fujita right there. Man, oh man, he is relentless.
That is the correct word.
What were you saying about the negative, Z? Just kidding.
Well, let's get into that. Come on,
Yeah,
we're not going to ever be negative during a Power Pole replay of the day. Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah.
Fujita, you nailed it, Tommy. One word, absolutely relentless. Taku Ito told us before Fujita came to the Bassmaster Elite Series, you better watch out. This dude is the real deal, and he has proven that throughout this entire season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And it just appears that, man, granted, there's some other guys in the top 10 that'll be a headache tomorrow, but just looks like it's one of those magic tournaments. And Ronnie, we will get into that when we come back from commercial break. But that right there is your Power Pole replay of the day, my friend.
If that's a 4.5, Tommy, that's almost a 1 pound upgrade for him. And if that's a 1 pound upgrade, he'll be at 67 and change after 3 days of competition, much higher than we've ever had for 3 days.
And a 2.5 pound lead, which Mark Zana has told us is a number that's going to be very hard to overcome for this field come tomorrow. Fujita on top, yes, relentless, keeps on working. There's no stopping in him, and he is obviously super talented and in his element here at Lake Champlain. But there's more fishing time to come. We've got more than an hour and a half for our first flighter, so we will be back to carry on in a moment.
Live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Bassmaster Live. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Hope things are moving right along.
I mean,
they are
let
here
it
at the
eat.
Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite on Lake Champlain. They are moving right along. Look at them go.
That'll end well.
Yeah, of course. Of course, it always does. But we have got a rookie still on top. If you're just now checking in with the tournament right now on your Sunday afternoon, yet another rookie getting himself in position for the actual 4th win of the year, making half of the tournaments possibly won by rookies in this 2023 season. Just remarkable stuff. There's another one who's got a shot at it, a rookie from California, Bryant Smith.
And Ronnie, so back to what we were talking about. I think forward-facing sonar really has taught us things just in the last couple years that we thought we knew about bass, but it's also proven a lot of what we thought about bass being wrong. But to me, some of the negatives, now this is a selfish thing, but I think technology will catch up with it. They make for very hard tournaments to commentate until we're able to split screen what an angler's looking at. We've been able to do that throughout the last year with Mega Live. It makes it a little bit of a challenge to watch. The other side is, I believe that what I'm going to tell you, I think there are going to be young anglers coming out of the high school and college ranks that only know how to do this. I think it's going to take away the line that you needed to be versatile to be a great angler. I think you're going to have to become versatile with this. And we've seen guys like Patrick Walters and obviously Akoya Fujita that can do it from 1 foot of water out to 110 feet of water. But I think it also, and this is what, and that's not a bad thing, but I think it eliminates that sixth sense of driving by a lay down or driving by a boat dock and saying, I need to stop there and keep that honest. And I think you'll just see guys become more versatile with forward-facing sonar instead of being versatile with every technique across the board that you needed throughout the last 4 decades.
I would agree with that 100%. But do you think that the people who grew up without it and fine-tuned those skills that are now struggling to adjust here, that there will be an adjustment period, that's not the end-all be-all, where in a decade, yes, they have the skills of that, but they don't have the instincts of others, and those guys who do will still be viable pros because now they have both. You know what I'm saying?
John Cox, guys like John Cox, he has proven you can survive out here without it. That's a good call right there. With it. But for the vast majority, and I heard Mercer and Davey talking about this, if you don't make it part of your game, especially in a tournament like this and where we're going next week and where we were at 2 weeks ago, you're going to lose a lot of points throughout a season moving forward.
The one thing it has helped is that we used to see these guys on the St. Lawrence River drifting in the middle of the river, 25 feet of water, head down looking at 2D or 360 or whatever. And now they're actually, being much more efficient.
Hunting.
Yeah, and up here on these last 3 events, it's no doubt the deal you have to have, but smallmouth are just,
there's
it's going to be
difference.
like that, yeah.
There's a big difference hoping your 2D sonar 10 years ago
for sure
drifts over one that you can drop on compared to actively hunting for individual bass or schools of bass that are 100 fish large.
No. What?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dick. Yes. Oh. Yes.
He's culling. He's happy about that one.
It's a 5, right?
£4 10 ounces. Yes, 410.
10 gives him 10 ounces. He's over 22 pounds on the day, over 67 and a half, 3 pound plus lead.
Wow. Yeah, be feeling pretty good now, huh?
Yeah, full 10.
Okay, now while he calls, zoom in on the end of his rod tip. Just kidding.
Exactly.
He's distracted.
Guys, he's very good at showing the fish off. He's just not good at showing what is in the fish's mouth.
Yeah.
And whatever it is, I was talking with Open's EQ angler, John Garrett, because we've both tried to figure out what he is throwing on that little jig head. Whatever it is, it comes off. It must be very, very soft plastic because it does come off on every single fish that he fights. That is a big one right there for Koya Fujita. He is a good bass fisherman. He really is.
And I'll say this, Z, I 100%, I was being devil's advocate a little bit with the back and forth there because I don't even have forward-facing sonar on my boat. Like I don't actively like to do it or do that. So I like the old school approach. And Rick Moore, one of our super marshals, been in the boat with tons of pros, said this to answer Davey Hite's question earlier. He texted me and said, I've been in the boat with Fujita and no, he cannot skip or flip under a dock like you see other guys. He continually tried to and would get hung up. But however, given time to do so, he would get better. I even called Jesse Wiggins, who fished with him on a shoot at Gunnersville, and Fujita was admiring and watching Wiggins fish grass with a big weight, learning how to do that because he just hasn't tried it or hasn't had to fish a tournament where it was necessary, and he was able to do this stuff to qualify and to make it here.
Well, you know, and the other, look, what he's doing right there, it's like fantasy football, Ronnie. It's only fun for the person that's doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
It really is. But the other, you know, look, it's not like Koya Fujita has found a spot here on Lake Champlain that nobody's ever known about. This is a area that there has been tournaments dominated for 30 plus years. It's just that he is so deadly accurate at this style fishing, and he's annihilated anybody around him, all of his competition. And you hear people say, oh, it's gonna ruin fisheries. No, Mother Nature, you heard that, Tommy, with the spinnerbait. Jerry McInnes talked about it 50 years ago, to the umbrella rig, to this. Mother Nature will make her baby, she'll make her babies a lot smarter as there gets more pressure with this. I think eventually you will start to see tournaments dominated shallow again because everybody's going to be doing this on certain lakes that we go to.
One other thing I heard Dave and Davey talk about, I'd like to get your take on it, yours too, Ronnie. I mean, they said, you know, we're watching these guys doing what they're doing out there down through the ranks in this tournament there. There's a lot of guys who aren't averaging 20 pounds a day who are not able to work at this level. How do you account for that?
That's a very hard question to answer because there are so many guys that are so advanced with this, and especially I'm telling you, this dude is throwing lures that nobody else in this field has, in my opinion. I believe that.
All right.
The other thing is, Tommy, you're right. I can't be. Micah Frazier fished in the same area as Koya Fujita the first 2 days of this event and never caught a limit.
Brad Watley, same thing.
So I can't say that again.
Brad Watley, same thing.
Yes.
He could not. He said it was rough on day one. Trolling motor out of the water at times. He could not see them in the harsh winds on day one, and you're behind the 8 ball. You'll be behind the 8 ball all week.
Why did Kevin Van Dam on Kentucky Lake crank a shell bar that 6 other anglers were on, and Kevin beat their brains in for a decade? He was better at it. That's what you're seeing with Justin Atkins and Patrick Walters and Koya Fujita. They're just better at it.
There's Atkins right there.
Well, we finally get back around a few. They just don't seem to be quite big enough. And everybody around me out here is steadily going down on the side of the boat, so I know they're biting. We ain't got just a long time left to fish.
Z, to your credit and to your point, I will say there are guys, and one we have on camera today that I haven't been in the boat for every cast of him, but I know his upbringing. I know that he was in that generation of college fishing right after me, so it wasn't forward-facing sonar dominated. That's not how he made the Classic. A guy like Jacob Fouts, where he is very good at that, but when you try to make it work on a Lay Lake or a Sabine River or a Murray when they're on bed and it doesn't go for you, you end up not being successful because you're looking for that bite.
When you're fighting fish, unless they end up under the boat.
And now we see it finally working for him in the last couple events. So it will take away the the desire to go look for a flipping bite when you know you're going to get 5 of them instead of look for a school.
Sure. And the other side of that, Ronnie, is obviously we're talking about it here, is it obviously excels up north during the summer, all year actually. But when you have, groups of fish like we saw in Anchor Bay and what we're seeing here in the Inland Sea and what we're going to see next week on Lake Ontario, it's where this is the dominant gig. Look, there's been other tournaments where not everybody's going to use a forward-facing sonar, and thank goodness for that.
Right.
But there's going to be tournaments like this. If you're not doing it, you're not even in the game.
Yep.
Tommy, I think it's absolutely awesome that we can see someone hovering over 50 to 100 feet of water in the middle of nowhere. We'll see people in Ontario where you can't see land around you, and that there's fish out there that
in the middle of space.
Yeah, like you don't venture away from that. Like in, a decade ago, like what Brandon Polinick's long run was unseen, and he was doing that with 2D, and now we'll see guys go even farther into Ontario, into waters that haven't been probed, in an elite event.
Looked like a really good one there for Cody Huff, Bassmaster Live.
We have not seen a whole lot of fish losses. We have seen some really good, efficient fishing going on here. Well, to me, one of the most impressive tournaments this year was Murray, and it took a much more well-rounded approach to get the job done there.
We saw Hunter Schrock go down the bank with a topwater and a wacky rig.
Yeah, and it was
crazy.
It was entertaining. I think there's going to be.
I don't think it contributed to Will Davis too tremendously in his victory. He might have had it, but it was a lot of local knowledge, a lot of instincts.
Many places to go.
And then we know it was how Luke Palmer dominated Santee when everybody else was really struggling.
Including Fujita, who was 100.
Yeah.
He'd be running away with AOY or be on top of it.
Oh, God, he's better than I thought.
Well, and really, one of the other things about it, Ronnie, we've heard throughout the years when an angler says, oh, I'm on a school of 100. Now if you're on a school of 100.
He looks skinny, though. Come here, sorry, doggy. A lot of them showed up. He's not gonna go.
Walters, a good tournament. To the surprise of no one, early adopter of this technology here. The last 4 or 5 years, we have seen him do well in situations like this. But Kyoyo Fujita now has recently knocked out the Phoenix Boat's big bass of the day in order to extend his lead to over 3 pounds right now.
I think when we started the commercial, or started the segment, 6th place was within 3 pounds. Now it's 1st to 2nd is 3 pounds. So the rest that are on notice.
All right, it's a spectacle. It is something to watch. Cody Huff, Alex Redwine, Bryant Smith rounding out our top 4. More fishing to come from Champlain.
Yes!
No way!
You're watching live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain from Plattsburgh, New York.
Really enjoying this action here on Lake Champlain. It is so unlike anywhere else we have been so far this year, and that's a great thing about the schedules. Usually every place is so different than what's come before it during a specific season. We're in day 3. Only 10 anglers will escape today and be able to stay here and fish tomorrow. Championship Monday. Another thing that's unique about it, we have, for all the fish catching going on, we have had very little migration in and out of the top 10 on any of these days here. It's hard to explain.
Which honestly makes for a great afternoon. You don't have to make your post-weigh-in phone calls anymore.
I thought exactly that. You haven't made a phone call since Monday.
I truly have not, Tommy, to be honest with you.
You did retrieve all the top baits for us, so I appreciate that.
We did. We tried. I think we're all set up for tomorrow, Championship Monday, and should be a fun day. Like we said, we're going to have the biggest shift of weather that we've had in this tournament.
What is this?
Wind switching totally coming out of the north. And again, kind of how we ended our broadcast on FS1. Looking forward to the St. Lawrence River tournament for some of those guys that are thinking they're going to slink on out to Lake Ontario. Better watch that wind forecast Thursday going into Friday with predicted, get ready, Tommy, 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts.
Oh my gosh. That's ominous.
Johnston's will still go out there. Johnston's will be out there, trust me, breaking stuff.
Does throw a wrench into things for all the races of AOI.
Yes.
ROI. I would say if it is not restricted to the river, but if a lot of people stay in it, I think Cobb's odds of winning go way up compared to if everybody could go out in the lake.
That's funny you bring that up. I was thinking about that when I looked at the wind forecast for Thursday and Friday. Mother Nature's going to have her hand in this Angler of the Year race for the final event, which makes it a very cool dynamic.
Yeah.
Speaking of Cobb, he just caught a 3.5 pounder to cull up to 15.5. He's 26. He's lost 8 spots today so far, but we have a number of guys without bass tracks, so who knows? They
including Kyle Welcher, who was second to start the day.
Welcher could have, like he had yesterday, 21.
Everybody just needs to be in range of within 1.75 pounds or something of Fujita going into the final day to be able to make a splash without notice. You know, like Taku was excelling in 2020 at this event, and Brandon Polinick was, I think the whole top 10 was within 3 pounds. I think Polinick was 7th, maybe 1.75 pounds behind. Goes and pops the biggest bag of the day, and just barely squeaks in the wind. So I think just 3.5 pounds back for third place is just a big deficit here. It is.
Alex Redwine here he's not giving up. He is determined to stay in touch with the leaders. A bit of a slower start today, as we've mentioned, but
Stinky.
Looks like a pretty good one there.
I don't think it's the species we're after.
No.
Believe that's a freshwater redfish, Tommy, that he caught on a spot bait.
Good one. Yeah. I thought it was just a long-finned smallmouth.
Well, that's one. If you'd have lost that, he would have been saying at the weigh-in, man, I had one near the end of the day.
Biggest return I've seen on my forward-facing all week.
Absolutely.
That one got it, though. It's a big one.
Yeah, Ronnie Palmer came in with 21.6 on the final day. He started 4th or 5th, won by 3 ounces over Fighter.
Hung in the grass. Alright. That ought to be a cool.
Tommy,
Ought to
the
be.
year class of heavy 3 to light 4 pounders, very solid in Lake Champlain right now.
Boy, that's.
Look how that fish is built. Wow.
Not by much, but a little bit.
But that was pretty much the first fish. We talked about how a lot of the wolf packs were compressing some of those schools of alewife against the grass. That shows exactly how close to that weed wall Justin Atkins has been throughout this tournament, unlike a lot of our other leaders.
Describe that place again for anyone who missed that. That's where the deeper water comes closer to that wall, right?
Yeah, and really all of those islands and shoals will have a rim of grass, Tommy, that'll grow basically from 3 foot all the way out to about 15 to 20 feet of water. A little bit of a milfoil cabbage mix. And actually, when you used to just go bass fishing, you would go with a deep jerk bait and jerk that edge of the grass. The one thing that Atkins said was where the deepest water cut against that weed wall is where he would find wolf packs of those smallmouth, you know, whether they were 4 to 10 fish that just ride that wall and push the bait against the grass. A lot of cabbage mixed in with it. And usually where you'd find that nice deep mixture of milfoil and cabbage, that's where it really would go down.
You can't stay with them, and the ones that don't bite, you can't quit seeing.
I'd love to know that we were talking about this during our midday break. My father was watching the broadcast this morning. I'd love to know the cast to hookup ratio that Vegeta has had in this tournament.
No kidding. He doesn't cast
like
a
he
lot.
does not make many casts that do not come back with a bass.
Yes.
What's interesting is Vegeta fished the Bassmaster Open a few weeks ago at the St. Lawrence River, and he got 111th place with 30 pounds in an ounce over 2 days.
Wow.
They obviously had some severe weather on day 2, and it was river-based only, no lake. He would seem like he would be one of the guys that would go in the lake whether it was really rough or not, but that's still a...
Think he was just scouting, maybe?
Possibly so. It might be this first time ever on that body of water. It's not like in the off season where some of our Japanese anglers like Taku who go pre-fish places, you can't necessarily do that in November, December, January, February up there. So he might have been getting some practice in.
And kind of looking forward on that, it looks like the guys are going to be able to get into the lake on Thursday morning, first day of competition, and it's going to be like our tournament was here. It's going to grow and build from the south throughout the day, and those wicked winds are going to come overnight like it did after the first day weigh-in here. And I'm going to tell you, Friday morning, if it stays like it says right now, Friday morning, that lake will be absolutely unfishable.
That's not a good one.
You're safe.
Ronnie, I did have an idea to invite Fujita, maybe tape a Zona show and just recommend, hey, bring all your baits. Let's go bass.
We'll do it in your boat. Mine's in the shop this week. That's what you could say, yeah.
It's all I got left with the guy, man.
No.
I did tell Tommy during a commercial break I would love to have Takumi, Kenta, Masa, and Fujita all come to the studio and have a round table where they have different conversations. I can prompt Kenta to have conversations just about growing up in Japan and fishing tournaments and making it to the elites and the different journeys and their thoughts on technology, and just see how that interaction goes with, in their native tongue, and we can translate it later. But I would love to see that conversation between 4 of the most gifted anglers that we have, not from America in the Elite Series. That would be very cool.
Yeah.
Sega was telling me Fujita's like the last guy to launch, so he doesn't have to talk to anybody. And he says Taku also kind of keeps to himself. That they're not really, letting people come up and query them.
Hold on. Here's what I can. Man, I'll just go to the St. Clair tournament. And Taku was having a great tournament there. Is Taku, when he's catching me, is actually very, very open with what he's using. That is not the case with Kioya. And hey, Tommy, you know this. Anglers have the right to be that way.
Sure.
110%. But he told me a bait that he was using, and I watched all the footage. I was like, I don't know that that's quite the bait that you're using.
Well, the hairy dice we saw this year, I think that was a dupe, wasn't it?
No, I told you we saw that. No, I'm just kidding. But we did see it for like 2 or 3 fish, but it wasn't his main deal. The crab was the decoy.
And Tommy knows, all of you know this. There has been many of Bassmaster pros throughout coverage that just are not going to tell you what they're using. Even if you see it with your eyeballs on live, they're not going to tell you what they're using.
Champlain special.
One in particular told us that we ruin everything.
Yes, he told us we have ruined everything. And when you're throwing a square-built chartreuse crankbait, we don't need to be the one that's ruining it. That's what you're throwing. The viewer can see it.
Yeah.
He didn't feel that way.
No, it was not of that mind. He was an international angler as well.
He has moved on. And
yes, he has.
All good.
Yeah.
I said, no, Sanders ruins everything.
I try to stop him.
I mean, dude, there is freaking hundreds of them right here. In the afternoons, they start bunching up real good.
Atkins out there catching him steady throughout the day. Good day for numbers for him. As a result, he's in there in third place. Just an ounce behind second, as a matter of fact. So good day for Justin. Cody up in our second place spot. And of course, Kyoya Fujita, a man on top right now. Alex Redwine, Smith secure it. Felix and Robertson, the only two who have been able to bust into that top 10 today. Got more to come from Lake Champlain momentarily. Getting into very near the final hour. Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. Got 50 guys out there. Made the cut after 2 days of fishing. Finally got our 2 days in. After yesterday, had the Friday postponed because of bad weather. Kind of a combination of things that made it unsafe to go ahead and plan a fishing day for that day, but we are just about to get caught up here. We are all set for a Monday final here. Championship Monday coming up tomorrow right here on Bassmaster.com. Right now, though, more fishing to take care of. Today, weigh-in coming at 3 o'clock.
How big this one is. Come on, baby. Yeah, it looks decent. Look at all the bait he just spit up. Oh. Got her. Whew. God, I think she'll do it. She'll be so, oh my God, hook fell out. Did you see how much bait she just spit up?
Yeah, that was at least 2 ounces.
At least. It'll definitely be a call. Heck yeah. I know. Whew. I'm slow and steady, right? Let's get rid of one of these. Golly, man, that was. Pressure yellow is my smallest.
Gonna go a couple 100 yards away. Koya Fujita looks a little further on the map, but I really don't think it is. Take a look at what's going on in that boat right now.
What do you mean?
Kind of like the detective in Peaky Blinders. Look here at what.
Oh.
See, and here's the other side of it. I think he is elusive enough. I'd rather know what's in his hand and not what's laying on the deck. Exactly. I haven't seen that thrown all week. All right. See what's going on there.
See, we know that that's decoy because he posted that on his Instagram over the summer of development of that. So, yeah.
Wait a minute now.
A little bit.
Getting somewhere. Small flick shake head. I can tell you a lot of our forward-facing sonar folks are staring at that one right there.
I think they were the most excited commercial break we ever had in Bass Live history.
Agree.
Everyone was staring at a little bitty box in the left-hand corner.
Not quite sure we've seen him actually throw that thing right there this entire year. Good stuff. Wait a minute.
Oh.
Wait, hold on.
Oh.
Hang on. That needs to be the power pole freeze frame of the day. I do kind of want a picture.
We're going to pray for Tom Wayne's safety, that he makes it back to
I would
Plattsburgh.
Agree. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody get that man a raise. Hold on now. Hold on.
Got our guys on the 3-play machines.
You done slipped up, Mr. Fujita.
Fork tail.
Wee. Yes, indeed.
So
Hot
what
apple
if?
pie.
What if it's nothing revolutionary and he's just so much better than everyone else?
It looked like a soft plastic minnow. Is what it looked like.
Oh my gosh.
It's been suggested he's a synthetic.
Well, this just turned into the TMZ show all of a sudden. What is going on?
It's going to end up being a Tennessee Shed fluke that's been on
a
peg for 90 years.
To send a still pic screenshot of it in his hand and have Davey walk up to it and show it to him after.
Hey, I will say, last year at Chickamauga with Dice Kaioki, he was a first-year guy. He was a very seasoned Japanese angler as well. I said, hey, can you send me your baits for the screen? And he said, no baits. So I sent him screenshots from live and said, I know what they are. I just wanted a better photo of them. And then he sent the baits. So I did do that last year.
Well, whatever's in his hand works really good.
It does.
And you can tell one thing for sure. It doesn't have a very heavy jig head. That looked like a small 8-ounce kind of flick shake head that he's using on the front of that. Ronnie, who's that cameraman in Fujita's boat?
Tom Wayne.
They talk about the MVP of this tournament right now. Might get a little sketch in there tomorrow.
I can't wait for you to do the Z show with him now, and he's just going to say some things to you. And he's so I heard. Look,
when we cover him at next year's,
oh, he's still going.
When we cover him at next year's Classic, I'm going to ask him his baits even before the tournament begins.
I want to get him in the green room with Davey, Tom, you, and some hand sanitizer on the wall.
It gets awkward.
We did see a okay-sized spoon get employed last time at Lake Champlain by Chris Zaldane.
Right, yeah.
To catch some good smallmouth. So
it was little.
Even if it was just a pump fake, Fujita does have it on. I would be interested to see him use it this week.
I think Fujita knows the gig is up right now. He knows something's going on.
I don't know about that.
I feel it.
All right. The investigative reporting is paid off some dividends for us right there. Julia Fujita, though, still stands with a good lead over the rest of this field here, the top 10. The top 10 alone make it to tomorrow, Championship Monday. Getting closer and closer to weigh-in time, coming up at 3 Eastern promptly, so put that down on your schedule. To do for this afternoon, Cody Huff, Atkins, and Redwine are the top 4 as it stands right now.
Classic is the fishing freaks that showed up here in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Look at that crowd. It is for the fans.
Blast off, there's all the media, the fans, family, you're in that moment.
They new all-time attendance record for the Bassmaster Classic this week in Knoxville, Tennessee.
I think everybody that shows up to the Classic wants to feel a little bit of what we are feeling.
When they open that door and pull you into that Coliseum, the adrenaline rush of that, it's insane.
All the records set here in Knoxville in 2019 have been reset here again.
6 pounds, 13 ounces. Gussie gets it done. And oh, Canada, you have a Bassmaster Classic champion.
Yes!
No way!
You're watching live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain from Plattsburgh, New York.
Bassmaster Live here. We're at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and I wanted to talk about Kyoya Fujita. He is the man of the hour. He is dominating this event. He's going to have a pretty decent lead. By the looks of Bass Track right now, he'll definitely be in contention either way. And this guy is a young Bassmaster pro. 1 season in the Opens is all it took to qualify for the Elite Series, and he didn't even fish all 9. He just fished 1 division, and he fished an extra Open. I don't know if it was on the way somewhere or not, but he got into an additional Open. And this is how it lays out, including this event, 13 total B.A.S.S. events. That is 8 Elite Series events and 5 non-Elite Series events, all of those being Opens. 13 events, 5 top 10s counting this week, 3 other top 20s where he just missed the top 10 mark but got somewhere from 11th to 20th, and then 3 times below 50th. Those 3 times that he was below 50th, he was at Okeechobee earlier this year, Santee Cooper on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and one of his most recent events, the St. Lawrence River, where it was just river exclusive for the Open. So other than those couple slip-ups, which are really uncharacteristic, and still he was 111th in that Open out of 225, 230 boats, still mid-pack for an Open, but definitely below his average finish. I think he has a few finishes in the 30s and 40s this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, so not top 20s there. But for the most part, 13 events, 8 of those being in the top 20. It's not too bad for the prince of Japanese professional angling. So Kyoya Fujita, he's a man of mystery. He's very good at certain things, and we look forward to learning more about him, and probably we'll have a camera glued to him all day tomorrow.
Most impressive. Absolutely.
For a potential coronation, Ronnie?
Super rookie.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Who's to say he doesn't win this week and next week? We'll just have 5 of the 9 events won by rookies.
Even if he does that, he cannot best, he can only tie.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah,
exactly.
So there you go. It's just been an extraordinary year. Absolutely. Take a look at those standings right now as it stands, and Joey Cifuentes, as a matter of fact, as an addendum to that list, sits at 11th place right below there. Can he make it into the top 10? Do himself some good. Probably would be unlikely to be able to pull off a win from 10th place tomorrow, but you never know. Yeah, there he is right there. We're going down a little deeper into that list right now. Luke Palmer, Paul Mueller, Drew Cook, Greg DePalma, all struggling, trying to make it into that top 10 today. And of course, nothing's legal, nothing's official until we execute the weigh-in. That's going to start at 3 p.m. We would remind you right there. Now we're going to look at our Angler of the Year stats. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Very, very important. Brandon Cobb came here with a 1-point lead ahead of Kyle Welcher. Welcher sort of had a rough going on day number 1. That lead was extended, and he has roared back a good bit here. Cut that deficit in half. As far as we know, Kyle Welcher, we do not know exactly the story with him today.
Definitely going to be a fight going into that final event next week with a couple guys having a chance. You can start to theoretically, they could be 60, 70 points behind, but if there are 6 or 7 anglers between you, you need way too many anglers to fall below the cut for you to win AOY. So it's more likely it's going to be out of those top 5 guys at most.
Oh, yeah.
How about the
leaderboards and races?
Yes, sir. One more for you there, Z. It's going to be Bassmaster, Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Year Rookie Watch, and there's the race for you right there. Could come down to the final fish on the final day next week. Cifuentes and Fujita.
Exactly. And Tommy, I made this comparison. You know, we call Kyoya Fujita the prince of Japanese angling. I'll tell you, and I said this to you, Tommy, he's a little bit more like Ivan Drago. He's come from a far away land, and he has come here and dominated instantly. And a little bit, I'm a big dude. He's a little bit intimidating, to be honest with you.
It's a good analogy there. Some of the shots from his day today, which has been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, he is obviously very, very powerful at finesse fishing, really covering him and watching what he did at Lake St. Clair. And here's what's eerily similar from that tournament to this tournament. He has had to outfish other competitors within eyesight of him. Very, very powerful fishing offshore. Very impressive young angler.
Had so many tournaments through the years where, the winner is, a big part of his victory was being able to get away from everybody. He is not required that.
And last year we got to see Taku Ito at the end of the year hanging out with guys like Matt Robertson and Caleb Summerall after the weigh-ins. Maybe we'll see a little bit of that with Fujita this week or next week with some of our other anglers.
Sure.
After hours, having fun, just having a big time.
Don't forget, as we say, the weigh-in starting up shortly here. About half an hour away, 3 p.m. Eastern time, promptly at that time. They got a big slate of events for this day, for Sunday rather. I keep thinking it's Saturday. But write that down. We're going to take a quick break and come back and see if we can find a little bit more fishing going on Lake Champlain.
Live coverage of the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
And down to the waning hours of fishing here on day number 3 of this tournament. It's Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Elite, 8th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Headlong into the end of the season, we are chugging away here, but we've got Jacob Fouts out there still fishing. So many of our anglers on their way back right now.
Exactly. You can see Jacob Fouts has already made his way through the gut that connects the inland sea to the New York side. Most of our anglers, like you said, pretty much making their way back to our takeoff in Plattsburgh, but it has been one thing you could say about Lake Champlain. I'm going to stop right there.
It was a really slow day, actually. Outside of an hour this morning, it was good for an hour. They were biting good, and then all of a sudden something happened, and I don't really know. They're just acting weird. Like they'd swim up and look at your stuff and just ease away. They just kind of meander up there. I don't think I had one after 10 o'clock that I actually thought was going to bite. When it saw my bait and started coming up to it, they just I don't know what the deal with that is. I think I've got about 19 pounds. Hopefully that'll be enough to go tomorrow. Against these boys, it's probably not. They probably, they catch them so good. I didn't really have many areas. I just have one area I've caught all my fish out of, and I feel like I burned it all up. Oh my gosh. I just had a big one come up and look at it. I don't know what was different today. Because the first 2 days you would have a dry spell, and then you'd go on like an hour-long flurry where pretty much everyone you threw at bit. I don't think I've caught but 2 or 3 wee little bass since probably 10 o'clock. It's been a grind. I don't know. I feel like I got hit by a truck. I got some kind of bug. I don't know. I don't really feel that great. I kind of want to lay down on the deck of my boat and take a nap.
Jacob, one of those guys who improved day 2 over day 1.
Okay.
He said at St. Clair, he had made such an effort to try to do well.
Be able to hug
He
the
was
left
just
side
pressing
bank
so
and
hard.
be pretty calm, and then cut across once we get up there, and it shouldn't be too bad.
That during the Sabine to St. Clair break, those 8 weeks, he went up north in Ohio, you know, where he was from, be able to fish some smallmouth and have some fun. Then he got to St. Clair with more of a positive, I'm just going to have fun and catch the fish I love to catch, which is a smallmouth bass. And he had so much fun, obviously, catching them, made the top 10. It was a great week, and he just, I texted him after the event and said, how about you just have fun the rest of the year and just see what that does for you? And he's obviously having another great week this week. And you go on a good flurry or a good stretch of elite finishes, and you can take your abysmal, I'm seeing my final few days as an Elite Series Pro, to just kidding, I have salvaged it, and I'm still alive and can make this a long career because I've righted the ship. So
yeah, after Sabine, he was
is
97th in AOY, Ronnie. Right now, he's about 72nd, I believe. After St. Clair, and if he finishes top 10 here, big move, 27 spots.
100%.
Spots, not just points, spots.
And St. Clair broke the dry spell of making a top 50 cut for him the first time since St. Lawrence of the previous year. So stop number 7 of 2022 was the last cut he made until stop number 7 of 2023. But if you can make those cuts be top 10s, it makes life a lot better. Gives you a better vision of it. But
feels way better. His problem today is numbers. You look at the fish he's weighed, and it's less than anyone else in our top 10. He's only 7 today, whereas we had Atkins with 14, Fujita with 11, and he could have weighed many more than that.
And that's what we were saying, was that somebody's going to catch 20 to 30 fish and end up with 22 pounds, and someone will catch 8 fish and it takes all day and they catch 22 pounds. It's just a couple different ways to get to the same weight of making the top 10.
And he really did it in the Inland Sea, away from the core group around those islands. You know, he did it in a section of the Inland Sea where there was not a lot of other pressure.
Yeah, we were talking about the bracket, Tommy. 6 years ago, like I think Wednesday of last week, right before we started the event, 6 years ago, him and his partner Jake Lee from Bryan College, he became the first freshman to win the college championship and go to the bracket and ended up winning it. They won up in Bemidji, all largemouth. They turn around and go to Serpent Lake. He goes and wins it with all smallmouth in the bracket, beats his partner in the final matchup. There was guys like Cole Floyd in that bracket, and there was another really great team that has future pros on it already as well. So it was a very good bracket.
Yeah, he was a college star.
Oh, John Garrett was in that bracket.
Yeah,
that's right.
I remember
He borrowed my boat because something happened to his during the bracket.
We've just had 2 anglers pass Cobb, push him down to 28th. He's lost 10 points on the day. He's only got 15.5 pounds. He needs to cull up, or he could slip further, because there's the number of those guys without any bass track at all, including Kyle Welcher, who, if he has a good day, could go into St. Lawrence with the AOY lead.
Z, for everyone who's just kind of tuning in, why don't you recap the conditions tomorrow, how that is going to change the outlook a little bit?
Well, the biggest difference is going to be the wind direction. This lake flows from south to north up towards the St. Lawrence River, and that's the wind that you're looking at right there. That is the wind you want on this body of water to go with the current. It just kind of activates the bait fish and all the, offshore schools of fish. Tomorrow, we're not going to have that. It's going to come out of the north. It's going to back up a lot of the current that goes through the inland sea. And more than anything, I mean, it's not going to make a lot of these fish disappear, but it will set them up differently, especially that area between Damius and Butler Island. Those fish, they do reposition there a lot. So you may see a little bit slower morning for some of your leaders trying to relocate a lot of these offshore schools that are on pods of alewife. And like I said, the biggest difference is it's going to just slow that current down from south to north. Here's the thing, we're also going to have a lot more clouds tomorrow, but obviously those clouds did not affect those fish that were chasing alewife in the inland sea, so that shouldn't be an issue. More than anything, it's just going to be that shift in the wind direction.
So you're more likely to run out of time than run out of fish tomorrow if it takes you a long time to get reoriented.
Look, for your leaders, I mean, in all honesty, you look at floor and ceiling. I think the floor for a lot of those guys that are fishing in the inland sea, like I think a bad catch is going to be 18 pounds to where, again, it all depends on how close they can keep Fujita after the weigh-in today. If you can keep him within 2 pounds, but man, if he gets past a 3-pound lead for what is being caught out of the inland sea, that is almost something you can't eclipse.
And I bet his estimation of 22.5 is a tad low.
Justin Atkins has gotten himself around him all day. We mentioned he caught good numbers today. Weighed 14 fish. Probably could have weighed much more than that. Got started early and kept it going.
Yeah, and really kind of a same but different situation for Justin Atkins in the inland sea, fishing a lot closer to that main hard edge grass line. Fishing on the same island as Koya Fujita, but on the opposite side. And like we said, doing something different, fishing closer to that grass and fishing a 1/4 ounce underspin with a Berkeley flatworm. Very, very subtle action. But the one thing that Justin Atkins has done is put himself in an area of the inland sea, like a Jacob Fouts, that is not getting a lot of pressure. Will that pay off tomorrow? Because he's pretty much been off to himself this entire tournament. Bassmaster Live.
22 and change, day one, 21 and change. On day number 2, he's over 20 today. So what a good, solid tournament for Justin Atkins here. Well, it's been great having you with us, all our guys, just about making it back to the city dock there at Plattsburgh, getting ready for the weigh-in, which we remind you again starts at 3 o'clock. And Ronnie Moore, what's your thoughts about today and what we've seen and what we can expect tomorrow?
Well, I think a lot of these anglers who are really catching them well this week, they're not only doing it and having a successful Champlain, it is helping their Elite Series career. We're going to talk about requalification, that line going into the St. Lawrence River. It'll get much more crystal clear next week when we start that event. But a lot of guys who are in that 75 to 65 range of the points race, to be safe, to be in the top 70, that's your goal. A lot of these guys who are going to make the top 10 tomorrow are going to get those extra bonus points. You make up, maybe you slide into 10th place, only the ability to grow and gain extra valuable points tomorrow. That is what some of these guys are looking to do.
Sucha, the rest of the pieces of the puzzle fall together at the weigh-in, right?
Yes, sir. I think we're going to have some surprises. There's a couple guys down there with no bass track. Brian Schmidt with 39.5 and Corey Johnson, Cooper Gallant. They could have 21 pounds and sneak into our top 10. The AOY is going to tighten, and also Cifuentes has got a little bit more of his lead. It'll probably end up being 15 points when they head to St. Lawrence.
Z, all these guys had a good bit of downtime before they started the northern swing here, and now at the end of the year, because of the delays here, they're like fishing a 2-week straight tournament here. That's a different thing. How does it weigh on an angler? Does it help you to be in the game that much in a 14-day span, or does it get a little tiring after a while?
Oh, I think it helps you, but I mean, you're talking about two just absolute physically grueling bodies of water. You know, they had really calm conditions throughout practice here. I think they're going to have really calm conditions for the St. Lawrence for the most part throughout practice. But during the event is kind of when the lake reared its ugly teeth here. And I think we're going to obviously see that. But really looking at this tournament, two things. Number one, we've gone through an entire day on Lake Champlain today where I don't think we saw one largemouth bass. I don't think we've ever done that on Bassmaster Live on this body of water.
Right.
But the other thing is, and you know, I said this earlier today, I talked about it a little bit on the FS1 broadcast and at the top of, you know, after our midday break was, look, man, this whole thing, everybody watches it. You want to see guys win and stuff like that, but all of us want to learn how to catch more bass. And if you have not watched this footage the last 3 days of competition on Lake Champlain and you did not learn something, look, this was an eye-opening gig. When the fish get offshore, I think a lot of the history on Lake Champlain, I think a lot of those fish, when you throw a drop shot out or stuff like that, a lot of those suspended bass follow that bait down to the bottom and eat it. And I don't think we ever knew how many fish, the mass population, the inland sea, that just go offshore the majority of summer and suspend. And that's been a learning experience for our viewers, for the commentators, and I think for a lot of the field that is not bass fishing today that's on their way to the St. Lawrence River. So it's been an eye-opening experience all around.
Sure has been a real leap forward, and it's been fun to watch, and it will be fun to watch tomorrow as well. Our coverage is not done today right here on Bassmaster.com. The weigh-in starts just a few moments away, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll get it done, 50 anglers taking it down to 10. Tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bassmaster.com. We get started with 7 hours of coverage for you of Championship Monday. We'll also have live mix in the mix, Dave and Davey, and all the rest. Thanks for being with us today. See you in the morning.